Welcome everyone. We're on Redline today for an exciting clash between Vortex and Phantom, with the top seed looking to dominate. Phantom gets the better of him right away, picking him off the ramp for an early lead. The world #1 is looking sharp early on. Phantom currently holds a substantial lead in their head-to-head history, winning over 60% of their previous meetings. It makes sense seeing how well he's handled this specific opponent in their last encounter. He's definitely playing with a high level of confidence right now. We're all squared up now, things are heating up. He really needs to shake off the rust from that loss to Catalyst. Vortex is simply too fast right now, putting together a string of 3 straight winners. The top-rated man in the league is definitely feeling the pressure. He's just not letting up, picking up another victory to keep the streak rolling. The top seed is looking completely lost right now. Another high-impact sequence as he secures a massive 5-round stretch, punishing that ramp position. The world #1 is looking completely out of sorts. Absolutely staggering. He is just completely taking over this match now. He's completely flipped the script from that 13-6 loss they had. He is just completely owning the server, climbing to an incredible 7 consecutive rounds. He's completely ignoring that career win rate advantage right now. Finally, Phantom answers back with a hard-fought victory to break the cycle. It's a tough spot for him considering his current slump in recent form. That's a huge momentum swing. Phantom has completely shut down that ramp battle to get back into this. He's looking much more like the top player on the ladder now. Vortex holds a comfy 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly how the books saw this starting out. He's simply outplaying the world #1 right now. Time for the side swap. Vortex manages to shut that ramp position down quickly, keeping himself firmly in control here. Things are looking very different from how the pre-game odds predicted. Vortex is definitely making him work for it today, which is a massive contrast to the recent 13-6 blowout Phantom served up in their last match. But we can't ignore that Phantom has the edge here over the long term. It will be interesting to see if he can actually close this out. Vortex is pulling away with a commanding 10-6 lead. Hard to believe this is happening given his recent form. Vortex is just relentlessly chewing through this lead and he looks completely locked in on these dual encounters. Phantom manages to hold that ramp position, keeping himself within striking distance of the lead. It's a battle of wills as both players try to regain their footing. Vortex secures the win from the ramp, putting him just a single round away from victory. An absolutely crushing way to handle the league's top-rated talent. Unbelievable survival by Phantom, clutching that win with just a sliver of health left. Total fluke of a timing. He barely walks away from that exchange. Phantom puts up a huge fight with another flawless shot, delaying the end of this match. The momentum is shifting just as this match reaches its peak. Phantom is putting on a clinic now, using that ramp to keep the pressure mounting. This is a completely different animal than that early stretch. What a run. He's now taken 4 in a row to keep himself alive in this set. He's completely clawed his way back from the edge. What a finish. Vortex closes it out with a final burst from the ramp to take the series. Just a massive statement from him to get past the best player in the world like that. He really stepped up when it counted. What a match. Welcome everyone. Catalyst and Phantom are facing off on Italy today to see who takes the win. Phantom typically controls the pace of this map with a 66% success rate. It's surprising to see Catalyst coming out on top in this opening exchange. He definitely has the confidence right now after their previous meeting. Catalyst holds a slim lead as we move forward. His current rank as #1 really puts the pressure on him. The pace has shifted gear. Catalyst is just lightning fast right now, ending these rounds in the blink of an eye. He's just completely taking over now, finishing a 3rd round in a row without taking a single hit. It's a tough look for the current #1 seed. Phantom finally earns a round of his own, proving he's not going down without a fight. He's fighting to prove the pre-match odds wrong. Another flawless encounter for Phantom, who is refusing to let this game slip away. The underdog is definitely shaking things up. Catalyst is coming off a 23-15 run over the last day, and that strength is translating well into this specific set. It is interesting to see him push the lead, despite the general history favoring his opponent. The real test is whether he can sustain this pace. Phantom clears him right off the wine, showing a lot of grit to keep his hopes alive. The favorite is definitely feeling the heat right now. What a fight. He clutched out an arrow survival to keep this momentum surging. The pressure is really mounting for the higher seed. We are all tied up at 6-6 heading into the switch. I mean, this is playing out exactly how the odds predicted. It's been a dead heat so far, and we're basically starting a new game from scratch. Time to see who blinks first. He's completely stopped the momentum shift, taking a huge step toward leveling this series. The underdog is really starting to look comfortable. Phantom is refusing to back down, knocking him right off the wine to keep this run alive. He's just on fire right now, cruising to another victory without taking any damage. A huge shift in the series compared to how they started. He's digging in deep, securing another point to chip away at that deficit. He needed to step up and stop that slide immediately. He's putting up a real fight, securing his 2nd straight point to close the gap. Both players traded heavy damage, but he managed to scrape through and widen his lead. That was a lightning fast reaction to shut him down. He takes control of the duel with a sharp response, refusing to let the lead slip further. His overall form this week has been remarkably consistent. He's showing serious tenacity, shutting the door on that exchange in a heartbeat. He manages to find another opening, narrowing the gap as the comeback continues. Another effortless win for him, tying this game up completely. He's completely erased that deficit in a flash. Absolutely crushing it now. He takes another quick one to put himself on match point. Absolute chaos. We've hit a deadlock at 12 all, and this battle is headed for overtime. Neither side is giving an inch in this battle. The resilience is staggering as he pulls ahead once more, taking the lead in a lightning-fast exchange. That was an incredibly clean finish. Phantom is simply outclassing him right now, picking up another effortless point to maintain the lead. Simply terrifying speed from the trailing side as he storms toward the finish line. He is refusing to let the match end here, shutting things down with a crisp finish! He's showing why the odds had him as the frontrunner tonight. He keeps piling on the pressure, staying calm to bring this match right back to a nail-biter. The top seed is refusing to be outplayed here. Unbelievable. Phantom closes it out with an absolute blur of a round to secure the victory. He really had to fight for every single point tonight to get that result. He just refused to break. What a fight. Welcome everyone, Vortex and Catalyst are heading on to Fast Aim for a great 1v1 duel. Let's see who takes it! Catalyst holds a huge career advantage, having won 64% of their lifetime head-to-head clashes. It's a high number that really puts the pressure on Vortex to prove he can close things out today. It will be interesting to see if he can actually pull off the upset here. What a turnaround, he keeps the pressure high, winning another battle on the ramp to secure a 3-round lead. A perfect exchange for Catalyst, showing some real grit to get back into this. The heavy favorite still firmly in control of the pace. Vortex just completely owned that space on the ramp to keep the momentum moving this way. He's looking sharp after that hard-fought victory against Phantom. Vortex is just dominating, putting Catalyst down by 4. Vortex entered this match as the pre-match favorite despite the historical gap, and honestly it looks like his confidence is holding steady even with the deficit in their all-time records. He's fighting hard to flip the script today. Vortex quickly reads the play here, catching Catalyst as he tried to push from the ramp. He's really capitalizing on his top 5 ranking right now. Vortex is just relentless, sitting comfortably at 7-2. His performance today is matching that top 5 standing. Catalyst fights back, narrowing the gap to 7-3. The higher rating is finally starting to show for Catalyst. Catalyst is really starting to heat up, and that win from the box puts him right back in the game. He's certainly feeling the confidence of his higher ranking right now. Vortex is leading 8-4 going into the break, and honestly, he's completely flipping the narrative. The favorite is struggling to keep up, leaving the door open for a genuine surprise victory here. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Catalyst looks a lot more comfortable now using that ramp position to trade back around. His higher rating is putting the pressure on now. That's another clean walk for Catalyst, who looks completely unfazed by the early deficit. That's a very clean sequence of plays to reclaim the base. He wipes him right off that toolbox to keep this impressive run going. The pressure is mounting for the early leader now. Vortex manages to shut that down, picking him off the ramp to hold a 2-round lead. He's really managing to put some distance between them now. That was a frantic exchange where he managed to edge out a victory to keep the deficit at 1. A huge test for the favorite to keep things under control now. Vortex is really making this a nail-biter as he manages to shake him off the ramp. The match is really tilting in his direction now. That was a blink and you miss it encounter, a huge momentum shift for the man in the lead. He's showing some real tenacity here, simply shutting that round down to keep his hopes alive. A much needed break in the action for the challenger. Catalyst puts on a clinic, dropping him right off that wine box to close the gap to 11-10. That's an incredibly quick recovery from the early deficit. Vortex puts him right back on the ground, moving just 1 step away from victory. The pressure is clearly getting to the higher ranked men now. What a read from Catalyst, completely erasing him from that ramp to keep the dream alive. What a high stakes response to keep this series moving. Unbelievable. He closes out the series with a perfect final shot to take the victory. He really fought through the noise to get this victory. Catalyst was just an inch away from taking it. What a fight. Welcome everyone. Vortex and Phantom are facing off on Dunes with the top-seeded favorite looking to keep his momentum. Phantom has historically controlled this rivalry with a 61% win rate over their long history, but he's struggling to find any traction in this particular series. It'll be interesting to see if he can lean on that historical dominance to fight back. Phantom's just edged ahead, taking a 2-1 lead. The world #1 is definitely starting to assert himself. Vortex is playing a tight game here, reacting instantly to take the lead, while Phantom was perched up high. Phantom pushes his advantage to a 3-2 lead. He's definitely making his current rank look deserved right now. Phantom is really running away with this. 4-2. He's really justifying that top spot on the ladder right now. He just blew through that defense, picking the other man right off the box. The top seat is definitely finding his gear. absolutely untouchable from the box, keeping the pressure high as he secures another win. The top spot on the ladder is making its presence felt. Vortex manages to halt that slide, getting the better of his opponent in a swift exchange. Another flawless execution as he picks the favorite right off the box. A real turnaround in the momentum right now. Phantom is sitting on a huge all-time lead with over 2,200 wins in this head-to-head matchup. And while we saw Vortex take the previous series, the favorite is clearly remembering how to shut things down. He needs this cushion to stay secure. Phantom heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's really shaking things up as the underdog here. Vortex needs to tighten up his play if he wants to avoid a surprise loss. He's showing plenty of grit here, continuing his push to close the gap. The pressure is really starting to mount for the favorite. Vortex manages to pull through a chaotic scrap and clears out the Tetris, bringing the score level at 7-7. Complete reset now, we've got a total deadlock. The momentum has completely shifted as he claims another victory to take the lead. The confidence is radiating off his screen right now. He just keeps rolling, pulling Phantom right off the Tetris to make it 9-7. He's really making the top seed sweat for his ranking. A quick response here, bringing the score to 9-8. The world's #1 is starting to claw back into this. He just wouldn't let that lead slip away, holding his ground to extend the advantage. He's really digging in his heels to maintain this gap. Vortex puts a huge dent in the lead at 10-9. His recent form is looking quite formidable with an 80% win rate. And just like that, they're deadlocked at 10 apiece. The world's best is starting to look comfortable in this spot. He's showing incredible spirit, reclaiming the lead with a sharp, clean shot. The pressure is definitely shifting back to the favorite's shoulders. Absolutely devastating speed on that shot, leaving his rival without a single response. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through with a sliver of health to secure the victory and complete an incredible comeback. He really proved that rankings don't mean anything today. A massive effort to take down the best player in the league. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We have an exciting matchup today featuring Catalyst and Phantom going head-to-head. Phantom is currently holding a slight lead in their all-time head-to-head record, and he already secured the victory against Catalyst in their last encounter. It's interesting because those statistics suggest an incredibly balanced rivalry. We'll see if that familiarity helps Phantom maintain the early pressure. He's just unstoppable right now, taking complete control of the early game. The top-seeded player is clearly making his mark here. He's absolutely cruising through this opening set, making it 4 straight. A fast response from Catalyst to get a point back on the board. That first place rating creates a lot of pressure to stay flawless. Phantom keeps the momentum, stretching this lead to 5-1. The league's top-rated player is really showing his class here. Unreal, both of them were nearly gone, but he manages to scrap through with a sliver of health. Phantom is really putting the pressure on, quickly picking Catalyst off the Tetris. It's a tough day so far for him after that close defeat to Vortex. Catalyst actually has a higher win rate on this map than his opponent. That makes this deficit feel even heavier since he's usually so reliable here. I wonder if he can find a way to flip the script. He's in complete command now, picking up another clean round to keep the streak alive. Phantom takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, the underdog is absolutely tearing it up right now. He has a massive 6-round cushion and looks far more confident than the pre-match odds predicted. Time for a fresh start. Phantom's keeping himself safe and secure on that Tetris, simply refusing to let any momentum shift back. The top seed is really asserting himself in this duel. It's feeling like a total landslide now as the lead continues to widen with every exchange. He closes in on the finish line with another effortless round. Exactly what you'd expect from the higher seeded player. A quick reflex shot from Catalyst to hold off the finishing blow for now. He stays aggressive from the Tetris to keep these hopes alive. A surprising turn for the guy who entered as the favorite. Boom! That's the match! And Phantom walks away with a huge victory. He just completely outclassed the field today, proving why he's sitting at the top of the rankings right now. Welcome everyone, we've got a great matchup on red line today as Vortex takes on Catalyst. Catalyst has a significant historical advantage here with a 77% win rate on this map. He's definitely expected to bring that expertise into today's duel. It will be interesting to see if he can actually close the gap after his recent run of losses. What a scramble. Both players were nearly gone, but he managed to barely edge out the victory. He's fighting through a rough stretch of results lately. Deadlocked at 2 apiece. This is becoming a real battle. He's just unstoppable right now, picking up another victory to take the lead. The pre-match favor of the top seed isn't showing yet. He's simply too fast right now, extending that streak to 4 straight. His head-to-head record in this pairing is already a huge advantage. A fierce battle on the ramp, and Catalyst comes out on top to keep the momentum rolling. The top 5 ranking here is really making its presence felt. Simply untouchable right now. He secures another clean victory to push the lead even further. He clears the ramp with ease, extending this run to 7 straight wins. Really turning the tide after those early losses in his previous matches. He's absolutely crushing this set, securing his 8th consecutive round victory. What a fight. He survives a brutal exchange by the skin of his teeth to break that long sequence. He's definitely feeling the pressure after those 3 straight losses today. Catalyst takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Well, he is playing exactly like the favorite should. That 8-round tear really put the wind out of Vortex's sail. Vortex needs a big wake-up call. Vortex has a solid 25-16 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's carrying that confidence into the second half. He has recently found a way to beat Catalyst in their previous encounter today, and he'll be looking to keep this momentum shifting. Unreal. He holds the Tetris and survives by a hair to shut down the comeback attempt. That's exactly the kind of dominance he's shown over his career. Vortex is definitely refusing to let this game slip away easily. A high-stakes duel between 2 of the top 5 players. The gap is starting to close. Vortex is really putting on the heat now. The number 3 seed is looking incredibly sharp. That was far too easy. Catalyst puts his opponent down quickly and now stands on the verge of victory. Vortex claws back another one, keeping his hopes alive for just a little bit longer. And that is it. Catalyst finishes him off with a clean shot to close out the series. He really proved why he owns the head-to-head record, simply outclassing his opponent from the start. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on Italy for a great matchup between Vortex and the favored Phantom. Phantom holds a commanding lead in their head-to-head history, taking most of their previous bouts. It's interesting to see Vortex start strong when his opponent is technically the league's top-rated player. We'll see if he can keep the pressure up. Phantom is pulling ahead, sitting comfortably at 2 apiece. He's showing exactly why he's currently the best player on the ladder. Absolute precision. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now. He just doesn't miss, continuing this runaway surge with another effortless win. Vortex is usually the one with the edge in these pairings. Vortex is refusing to go away, quickly picking him off the wine. He's showing he can handle the pressure against the favorite. Vortex stays aggressive from the wine, putting the pressure back on his opponent. A dangerous shift in momentum for the underdog. Vortex has actually been in great shape today, going 25-17 in his other matchups. It means he's clearly bringing a lot of confidence into this fight. He'll need every bit of that energy if he wants to close this gap. He's completely shut down the opposition, bringing the score dead even at 5-0. The momentum has completely shifted back to the underdog. He is absolutely on fire, taking a commanding grip on the match just before the break. The script is officially flipped on this series. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Everything is going according to plan so far. He's holding a narrow advantage and looking very comfortable in this server. Let's see if the momentum holds. He secures another quick point from the Tetris, keeping this momentum firmly in his favor. The top seed is starting to look very vulnerable here. Phantom finally gets a hold of the momentum, shutting the door on that run with a completely clean finish. That's a much more natural state of affairs for the favorites. He's quickly recovering his footing, moving back into a strong position after that stumble. He's really putting that top seed in a tough spot. The veteran is showing some real grit, clawing his way back into this series. The depth of experience is starting to play a role now. Another flawless sequence here as he continues to shrink the lead. He's proving that his higher ranking isn't just for show. Vortex secures the advantage from the Tetris, stubbornly pushing toward the finish line. The pressure is clearly getting to the higher rated man. He shuts that answer down immediately, firmly putting himself back in control. The pressure is definitely starting to mount for the higher seed. What a shot! He drags Phantom right off the Tetris to put himself just one round away from victory. It's becoming a complete rout for the lower seeded man. Unbelievable. He closes out the series with a perfect shot to seal the deal. He really played his heart out to get this victory. It's just another huge statement win against the top seed today. Welcome everyone to Mapas. Catalyst and Phantom are stepping up for a great match today to see who comes out on top. Phantom had the reads right from the jump, catching Catalyst quickly on the ramp. He's currently sitting at the top of the ladder. Phantom has a massive historical lead here with a 70% win rate on the map. It's no surprise he's already asserting himself, especially after beating Catalyst in their most recent head-to-head. It'll be interesting to see if the top seed can keep this pace. He's simply too fast right now, extending that perfect start to 4 rounds. The number 1 seed is really putting on a show here. Catalyst finally answers back, taking the round with an effortless shot. He's certainly showing why he's the top seed right now. What a response. He takes the fight from the ramp to keep this rally going. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Phantom was ready for that push and shuts everything down from the ramp to reclaim control. He's simply proving his status as the top player right now. Phantom is currently sitting on an impressive 60% win rate over his last 10 matches. And honestly, that consistency is translating into a really comfortable lead for the number 1 seed. He seems to have all the answers for Catalyst today. He's completely in control again, securing another round for himself. It's a complete mismatch, similar to their Clash on Blame map. Catalyst pulls that one out, picking the opponent off the ramp to cap the half. A nice way to keep the pressure on before they swap. Phantom takes a strong 9-3 lead into the break. You know, he's totally defying the pre-match predictions here. Catalyst is struggling to put up a fight, and the top seed is looking very comfortable with this cushion. Time for Catalyst to wake up. Phantom holds a crushing 10-3 lead right now. The overall head-to-head history is incredibly close between these two. Both players decided to battle it out on the ramp, but Catalyst just had the faster reaction. He's trying to turn this around after that rough Blame series. Phantom is just barely out-dueling him right now, and that gap is starting to look like a canyon. It's a complete shutdown from the top player on the ladder. A lightning fast reaction puts him just a single round away from victory. He really looks untouchable today. He manages to dig in and force a trade-off, delaying the inevitable for just one more round. And there it is, Phantom closes out the series with a hard-fought victory. He's just too polished on this map, really making things look easy from start to finish. Catalyst has dominated their history with a huge lead in head-to-head wins. You can really feel that psychological advantage playing out here. Vortex is arguably the better ranked player, so we'll see if he can actually overcome that historical slump. Welcome everyone, we're on Dunes for a great matchup between Vortex and Catalyst. Let's see who takes the win. Catalyst holds a slim 2-1 lead as we reset. He's really utilizing that high ladder standing to stay steady. This is a real deadlock. We've got a total stalemate on our hands as these two trade blows. Both of these players have been extremely busy in the server today. Catalyst pushes his lead to 3-2 after that clutch. Vortex is putting that rating edge to a real test here. The height gave Vortex a clear advantage there, allowing him to secure a quick response. Both players are fighting through a grueling day in the server. Catalyst shuts that down quickly, effectively cleaning him off the box to extend the lead. Vortex is playing the underdog's role perfectly right now, pulling off a fast clear to take the lead. Catalyst just couldn't be fooled, tracking him perfectly and shutting him down from that high ground. Vortex had a really strong showing in his last match against Phantom, but he seems to be having a much harder time closing the distance here. It'll be interesting to see if he can flip the script before this lead slips away. Catalyst maintains a 2-round cushion as we head into 11. That's quite a run for someone who usually struggles on this map. Catalyst goes into the break with an 8-5 advantage. I mean, he is comfortably in the driver's seat, just like we expected. He's making the most of his general superiority here, despite the map odds. Fresh start for the underdogs. Vortex is showing real grit now, keeping the pressure on with a sharp response. He's definitely playing with the confidence of that top-tier rating. Catalyst is staring down a comfortable 3-round gap. He's really making his presence felt as one of the league's most active players today. He is refusing to go away, ending that sequence without taking a single point of damage. The early favorite is finally starting to look the part. Catalyst is sitting pretty with a commanding 10-7 lead. He's refusing to fold, putting up another effortless round to trim the lead. The slight edge in the rankings is finally starting to materialize. He's really digging in his heels, keeping this surge alive to close that gap. That was a lightning fast trade to secure a second straight. Unbelievable! He has completely erased that deficit to bring us all the way back to an even split. He's simply on fire right now, taking a 5th straight as the tide completely turns. He's looking like the favorite we expected from the start. And just like that, the streak is snapped, leaving us perfectly level at 11 all. Catalyst is really pushing back to avoid that lower seat pressure. An effortless stop for Catalyst, putting him one step away from victory. Absolute madness. We've hit a deadlock at 12-12 and this battle is officially heading into overtime. Vortex pushes ahead again, proving he's got the mental strength to overcome those early deficits. A quick piece of work to keep the pressure mounting. He finally puts that long-standing rivalry to bed with a massive statement in overtime. Just completely unbelievable stuff. What a fight. Welcome to Orange. Vortex and Phantom are stepping up to see who takes the win in this high-stakes duel. Phantom holds a massive career advantage with over 2,200 wins against Vortex. It's a significant gap that explains why he's currently our top-rated player. We'll see if Vortex can push back against the league leader after that slow start. Vortex is on fire, leading 2-1. We're seeing the heavy favorite struggle to put up a fight. He's simply outplaying the top seed right now, taking a commanding 3-round streak. Unbelievable. He's just completely taken over the server with a 4th straight round. The top-rated player is really feeling the pressure right now. Finally, a response from Phantom, showing some grit to hold that slide. That's exactly the kind of resilience we expected from the league's top seed. Vortex has been in a phenomenal flow, posting a 27-17 record over the last day. He's carrying that momentum straight into this set. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this pace against someone as experienced as Phantom. A cautious encounter that ended with the veteran stepping up to chip away at the lead. The pressure is mounting for the favorite to close this gap quickly. Vortex maintains a solid 3-round cushion here. The former world #1 is looking very vulnerable right now. What a scramble. He barely escapes with his life to take this one. He's really capitalizing on the matchup advantage he's developed recently. Vortex is firmly in control with a 7-4 lead. The world's best is finally finding a way back into this. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead coming into the break, and honestly, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. He's showing a lot of confidence right now, despite Phantom's higher overall rank. Let's see how they adjust now. He's staying aggressive and refuses to fade, putting on a clinic for that final kill. That's a huge surge of confidence for the challenger. Vortex keeps the heat up, extending his lead to 8-6. The former world #1 is really struggling to find an answer. Vortex is just dominating, cruising to a 9-6 lead. A tough spot for the rank 1 player to be in. He just can't find an answer for this run, extending his lead to 4 games. The top seed looks completely lost in this sequence. A fierce exchange here, and the veteran comes out on top to keep this contest alive. He's definitely leaning on that long-term win rate advantage tonight. He manages to outlast his opponent in a careful exchange, refusing to let these games slip away. A really strong response to get within 2. The pace is picking up here, and Vortex is starting to reel in the lead again. He looks completely different than he did in their last meeting. He walks away from that skirmish completely unscathed, putting himself just 1 point away from victory. It's a nightmare scenario for the favorite in this set. What a finish! He closes it out with absolute precision to secure the victory. He's making a real statement today, taking down the top seed for the 2nd time in a row. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Catalyst and Phantom stepping up for this 1v1 clash. Phantom is clearly the better known entity here, sitting at the top of our rating. He typically holds a strong advantage on this specific map, so he'll be looking to reclaim control early after that opening loss. Phantom cleans that up from the window and brings us right back to a dead heat. That mirrors the dominance he showed in their last 13-5 series. It's a complete stalemate now between Catalyst and Phantom. He's definitely playing like the top-seeded guy right now. He's just totally outclassing him right now, taking the lead with an effortless burst. Absolutely crushing it. The momentum has completely shifted and he's now in total control. A sharp response here, keeping the game narrow for now. He's fighting hard to make up for that 5-13 loss earlier today. Phantom has managed to pull ahead by 2 rounds in a matchup where the all-time counts are almost identical. It's a battle of margins, and given his top rank, he seems very comfortable putting the pressure on here. If he can extend this gap further, the mental edge will be enormous. That is a total shutdown, putting him in a deep hole as the run hits 3 straight. A tough spot for the number 5 ranked player right now. A quick reflex play secures another point as we approach the midway mark. It's an 8-4 lead for Phantom going into the break. I mean, the favorite is really struggling to keep up with that pace. Phantom is using his familiarity with this map to push a serious lead. Time for a total reset. Catalyst closes the gap slightly, trailing by only 3. The two of them are practically deadlocked in their head-to-head history. Phantom's positioning is just too good, using that ramp to keep the pressure high. He's really proving why he holds the top spot today. Phantom is just dominating, cruising to a 10-5 lead. That was practically instantaneous. That was an absolute scrap, but he survives the chaos to extend his run. His experience really shows when he's in this kind of form. He's just too strong from the toolbox and now puts himself on the brink of victory. The gap in their skill levels is becoming undeniable today. And that's it. He shuts the door on this series and secures a decisive victory. He's just in a different league today. Catalyst put up a fight, but the number 1 seed was simply too fast. Welcome back to the league. Vortex and Catalyst are facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Catalyst actually holds the overall head-to-head advantage in their long history together, but he's entered this specific match on a 3-game losing streak. We have to wonder if the mental weight of those recent losses is weighing him down. Catalyst is putting on a clinic, leading 2-1. Vortex entered this set as the favorite, but he's on the back foot. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking the round without taking a single point of damage. He simply refuses to let up, picking Vortex off the vine to keep the run going. He's showing some real grit now, refusing to let the match slip away. The higher rated player is finally starting to put up a fight. Vortex has played an incredible amount of games in this league, with over 14,000 matches under his belt. Well, it's showing in his composure during the tightest moments. He's definitely the more seasoned veteran here, and that experience might be the only thing keeping him in this series. Catalyst is dominating a massive 6-3 lead now. That's a stark contrast to his recent struggle against Phantom. Catalyst is really quick on the draw here, shutting down that wine position in barely a second. He's completely taken over the pace of this series, heading into the break with a heavy advantage. Catalyst holds an 8-4 advantage as we head into the break. And honestly, this is exactly how we expected the match to start, given his history against Vortex. He's definitely in control here. Time for a reset. Catalyst is just too oppressive, leaning on that height advantage from the wine to put further distance between them. Vortex certainly looks shaky compared to his dominant run against Phantom. Catalyst is just cruising with a commanding 10-4 lead. Vortex picks up a round, but Catalyst still holds a big 5-point lead. Vortex is starting to mount a real challenge here, putting some pressure on Catalyst's lead. And absolute masterclass in efficiency from the challenger, extending the streak to 3 straight. Absolute fire from him right now, completing a 4-round surge to keep this fight alive. We are seeing exactly why the odds leaned in his favor. Catalyst clears out the Tetris for another clean win. He's proving why he generally has the upper hand in this pairing. A lightning fast reaction there, and he's just 1 round away from the victory. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange to keep the dream alive. A clutch stop right when it mattered most. Absolutely flawless final play. To close it out, Catalyst secures the victory. He really puts a stop to that losing skid today. A massive bounce back for him in this rivalry. Welcome everyone, we have Vortex and Phantom facing off today in the arena. Phantom is the heavy favorite here. Vortex has played a staggering 28 rounds today, and honestly, that activity level is starting to pay off. He's coming in with a ton of momentum compared to the top seed, making it a lot harder for the favorite to find his footing early on. Vortex is absolutely dominating this early pair. The highest rated player on the ladder is looking very vulnerable right now. He's just untouchable right now, sweeping the start of this match. Phantom manages to drag him down from heaven and gets his first round on the board. The favorite is finally starting to show his teeth. Unreal. He nearly goes down, but somehow scrapes through that exchange to keep the pressure on. A shaky start for a player who usually dominates this pairing. Phantom is showing some real grit, picking his opponent off the ramp. The gap in the rankings isn't telling the whole story today. He's completely shut him down from the ramp to keep this climb alive. He's fighting back to erase that early lead. Vortex manages to clear that Tetris spot, keeping his cushion at 2 rounds. A strong showing for someone who's facing an uphill climb tonight. Vortex has already taken this specific matchup twice in a row recently, so yeah, it's becoming a real mental battle for the league leader. If he can keep this momentum shifting, we might be looking at a genuine disaster for the top seed. He just keeps rolling, securing another clean victory to extend this lead. He's certainly making a strong case for that top 3 spot today. Phantom catches him on the ramp and secures the exchange. His head-to-head record against this opponent is still vastly superior. Vortex takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. Well, everything is going according to plan for the favorite so far. He's just outplaying the top seed right now. Time for a complete reset. Vortex just completely shut the door from that Tetris position. A huge shift in momentum for a player usually chasing the underdog tag. Phantom holds the advantage from the ramp, which prevents Vortex from just strolling into this win. He needs to start making something of that map advantage. Phantom is finally stepping up his game, securing his 3rd win in a row from that ramp position. He just won't stop, using the boost to secure another victory and a 3-round run. Vortex is feeling the pressure from a seasoned veteran. He stops the charge, taking a quick round to regain some ground. He's really leaning into his current form today. Phantom manages to hold the high ground and claws back another round. The top seed is starting to find his composure here. Vortex is really making a run for it. He's putting himself in a great spot to close this out. The number 3 seed is simply playing too smart tonight. Vortex just shuts everything down by taking a shot from below, bringing him to the brink of victory. A very clean finish to shut down that burst of momentum. Phantom secures another win from the box to keep himself in this fight. A huge relief for him to break that rhythm. He's refusing to go quietly, securing this second win from the Tetris. He's staying incredibly cool under this kind of pressure. He refuses to break. That's 3 straight, and he's making this an absolute fight. The top seed is finally reminding us why he belongs at the peak. Unbelievable. He's just completely wiped the floor with the opposition to force this into overtime. A wild way to head into the extra frames. He's simply on fire, dismantling his opponent from the ramp to secure a 5th straight win. It's looking like a complete reversal from how this match started. He's just not slowing down, securing a 6th straight win to push his lead even further. He's completely flipped the script from how the first half looked. Finally some resistance. He shuts that massive rundown from the boost to keep this overtime moving. His high activity level today is really showing in these deep rounds. Phantom keeps his foot on the gas, taking a huge step towards victory after a brilliant individual run. That was a tighter fight than the previous exchanges. What a finish. Phantom closes it out with a perfect round to complete the comeback. He really had to dig deep to secure that one, but the veteran experience eventually paid off. What a fight. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got a great matchup today between Catalyst and Phantom to see who takes the win. Phantom really owns this specific map with a 64% win rate. And he's already coming into this with a huge win against Catalyst from earlier today. It will be a tough climb for the other side to keep up this early momentum. That's a complete reversal of fortune as he now holds a commanding 3-0 lead. He is simply refusing to let up, securing a 4th straight point. The top-rated player in the league is currently looking very vulnerable. Phantom fights back with a hard-won trade to put a point on the board. A strong showing for the world number 1. He's showing a lot of heart here, deleting Catalyst right from the Tetris. He's quickly adjusting to the pace of this set. That was an absolute slugfest, but he manages to close the gap and keep this run alive. The slight favorite is finally asserting himself in this duel. He manages to pluck the opponent right off the box to build a 2-round lead. He's showing he can play the underdog role perfectly today. He's simply too precise right now, putting up a fight to narrow the gap. He's proving that his slightly higher seeding is no accident. A completely untouched round for him, bringing the series back to a dead heat. Both players are now completely level as we head toward the break. The momentum shift is complete as he earns a 3rd straight point to take the lead. The higher seed has finally found a way to break a tie. We're all square at 6 apiece, and honestly, this is exactly how we expected this to look. Catalyst has managed to stay steady and hold his own against the top seed. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst surges ahead, claiming a slim 1-round advantage. It's an interesting contrast to that lopsided loss he suffered earlier today. Catalyst has a 25 and 21 record over the last day, and honestly he's using that heavy volume of play to outpace the world #1. It's a huge swing from his earlier struggles today. Both players traded heavy damage in that engagement, but Catalyst survives the chaos to keep his momentum going. He is completely on fire right now, taking total control of the map. The world #1 is starting to look genuinely shaken. He's completely in control now, picking up another one to move to a 5-round run. He's just unstoppable right now, putting himself in a position to end this entire set. And that's the game. Catalyst closes it out and secures the victory. What a turnaround, as he completely erases that blowout loss from earlier today to take the series. Welcome everyone to Mapas. We have Vortex and Catalyst facing off to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Catalyst generally looks much stronger in their head-to-head history. It's a huge gap over the long term. Now let's see if Vortex can use that early lead to overturn the typical trend between these two. What a fight! Both of them were nearly gone, but he scrapes through with the narrowest of margins. It's impressive to see him taking control of the map. Vortex is really rolling now, putting Catalyst on the back foot. A complete flip from their last duel on Italy P. Vortex maintains a slim lead, holding a 3-2 advantage. A strong display from the number 4 player on our ladder. Catalyst has a ton of momentum right now, using that ramp position perfectly to even things up. This level of consistency is exactly why the league rates them so closely. A total shutout. He's now taken 3 straight to seize the lead. Expected his high rating to keep him in the fight. Vortex finds the angle and shuts him down on the ramp to even things up. Both of these players are in great form today, keeping their totals high. Unreal. He survives by a sliver of health to secure another round for himself. Catalyst had the upper hand in the previous meeting on Italy. He just couldn't find an answer there. That's 3 straight for the leading player. Both of these guys are fighting for a spot in the top 3. He's just completely taking over, securing his 4th straight win of the day. It's rare to see him fight back from that 9-13 loss so quickly. Vortex takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he is completely defying the history between these two. He's putting on a huge performance to keep the favorite away from the game. Side swap, let's go. Vortex has actually been the more active player today, holding a 28-19 record over the last day. It's interesting because he's managing to carry that high volume into this match. Now the key will be seeing if Catalyst can maintain this momentum to close the gap. Catalyst is starting to carve out a path back into this, and he did it effortlessly from the ramp. He's definitely not letting that lead get too comfortable. Vortex is cruising right now, extending it to 10-6. He's definitely making up for that 9-13 defeat in their previous match. Catalyst answers back, cutting the deficit to 10-7. We're seeing a very tight battle between the number 3 and 4 ranked players. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. Both of them are simply reacting to each other in a split second. Absolutely wild exchange. Both of them were nearly empty, but he just barely managed to outlast him. Just a clean sweep as he puts himself 1 step away from victory. He's playing with huge confidence right now. Catalyst fights his way back and picks him off the ramp. The pre-match favorites really aren't letting him cruise to a finish. A completely effortless shutdown as he keeps this rally going. He is putting on a clinic with these reactions. He denies him from the ramp, refusing to let the lead slip away. The pressure is really mounting for the higher seat right now. What a finish. Vortex secures the final point to shut the door on this match. He's really rewritten the script today, finally getting the upper hand in this lifelong rivalry. It was a grueling battle. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone. Vortex and Phantom are facing off on red line to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Phantom just takes total control of the map, catching Vortex as he tried to hold that ramp. The top seed on the ladder is starting this one strong. Vortex has been on an absolute tear today with a 29-19 record over the last 24 hours. That confidence is definitely showing, given how comfortably he's playing into the early stages of this series. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this heat against a higher rated opponent. Deadlock now. Vortex and Phantom are perfectly tied up. He's proving why he can take on the best player on the ladder. Phantom keeps the momentum shifted in his favor, capitalizing on that height advantage from the ramp. That's a familiar sight given the history between these two. Phantom's comfortably in the lead with a 4-2 cushion. The world number 1 is putting on a display right now. The ramp is proving to be a deadly spot for him as he secures another straight round. He's really leaning into that historical dominance over his opponent. He shuts it down with an effortless kill, knocking Vortex right off the ramp. He's really making a statement as the top-rated player in the league. Vortex answers back quickly to get things moving again. A big shift from the previous result between these two. Phantom looks just too comfortable keeping hold of that ramp today. The favorite is simply in another gear right now. Vortex was faster that time, picking him off the ramp to keep this close. Trading blows now as we head toward the halfway mark. Phantom goes into the break, leading 7-5. Honestly, the underdog is playing exactly as expected so far. With his 58% win rate on this map, he looks like the one in control. Let's see how these swaps play out. Both of them fighting for the high ground there, but Phantom's reflexes were just a hair faster. The overall historical numbers for this matchup definitely lean in his direction. Phantom holds a significant lead in their overall head-to-head record, having won over 60% of their career encounters. It's a massive psychological weight that clearly helps him keep his composure while he closes in on the finish line. The momentum is completely shifted now as he secures his 3rd straight win. That high ranking is really starting to feel like a wall. He's just completely unstoppable right now, securing another victory to stretch that streak to 4. Vortex finally halts that slide, walking away from a prolonged encounter without taking a single hit. A huge effort from the world number 3 to keep the dream alive. Phantom secures the advantage from the Tetris, putting him just a single round away from victory. That level of poise really speaks to his overall experience. Unreal, Vortex barely scrapes by with a handful of health left to keep his hopes alive. Talk about a nail-biter for that round. He's completely neutralized that high ground, taking Phantom right off the ramp. He's fighting back with some serious desperation here. And there it is. Phantom secures the final blow to shut the door on this series. Vortex really fought for every round, especially those close calls where he nearly clawed back, but he just couldn't find the answer today. Welcome to the stream. Catalyst and Phantom are facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Phantom has a clear advantage on this map with a 67% win rate. He's certainly looking to lean into that familiarity today to build a cushion. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this early control. Phantom is really cruising right now, leading 2-1. Expected some pushback from the number 5 seed early on. Phantom secures the win from the ramp and he's really starting to pull away now. Seeing the world number 1 put on a clinic right now. Phantom's dominance is terrifying, holding a massive 4-1 lead. It's just a matter of seeing if the world number 1 can close this out quickly. He shuts everything down from the ramp, completely taking over this map. The top seed is really showing his class here. He's just completely outclassing everyone today, taking another effortless round for himself. That was an absolute scrap, but he manages to come out on top to keep the streak rolling. A far cry from how their last encounter on Dunes ended. He's just completely in control right now, extending that streak to 6 straight. He's really capitalizing on that top spot on our ladder. Catalyst finally finds an opening from the ramp to break that run. He's definitely showing why he's ranked 5th on the ladder. Phantom is just too consistent, securing another one from the ramp to stay in full control. The top seat is firmly in the driver's seat here. Phantom takes a heavy 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, the betting odds really underestimated him here. We're seeing a huge shift in momentum that puts the world number 1 in total command. Let's see if Catalyst can respond. Catalyst is quickly narrowing the gap, picking Phantom right off the window to secure another one. The number 5 seed is fighting back hard here. Phantom just puts on another quick show from the ramp, shutting down that small rally immediately. His recent form has been much more stable during this stretch. He is just too fast right now. Catalyst simply cannot react to that pace. Catalyst is putting up a brave fight, refusing to just let this match slide away. He's certainly trying to replicate that 13-6 victory from their last series. Just one more for the world number 1 to seal the deal. Just pure efficiency from the top seed so far. What a way to close it out. Phantom secures the final round with a precise shot from the wine box. He looked absolutely untouchable today, proving that his current form is on a whole different level. Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got Vortex and Catalyst facing off today to see who takes the win. Catalyst holds a significant advantage in their head-to-head history with 626 total wins. So yeah, it's really interesting to see Vortex take an early lead given how much Catalyst usually dominates this pair. I wonder if that historical weight will start to play a role as the game progresses. Catalyst is pulling ahead, now leading 2-1. Vortex is trying to shake off that recent loss to Phantom. A real nail-biter early on, as neither one is letting the other pull away. He's clearly finding a way to stay competitive tonight. Catalyst edges it out, moving to a 3-2 lead. Tough way to start for the current top 3 seed. Catalyst is really steaming ahead with a 4-2 cushion. He's showing why he's consistently the more favored player here. That was effortless. Catalyst secures another quick victory to keep the momentum swinging his way. A complete shutout from the Wine, and that is 4 straight for Catalyst. He's simply not missing, extending his run to 5 straight. A tough spot for the higher rated player to be in right now. Unbelievable power shift. He just completely takes over the map with another fast kill. The higher seed is looking completely lost out there. A quick snap of the wrist here to get him back in the game before soon heading into the break. A solid response from the number 3. Catalyst takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Everything is going exactly according to plan for him here. That 6-round tier really crushed the momentum for Vortex. Time to see if Vortex awakens. Vortex has managed 29 wins in the last day. It's impressive to see that recent form blending with his superior ranking here. He's finally starting to exert that top 3 pressure to close this gap. Vortex is really struggling to find any answers right now, while Catalyst looks totally comfortable in the driver's seat. He's really cementing that role as the favorite tonight. And he just puts a stop to that brief recovery. Catalyst is now 1 round away from victory. Strong response here, but the pressure is still firmly on Vortex to put up a fight. It's a tough road back for our favorite today. And that's it. Catalyst closes out the game with a perfect final strike. Just a complete mismatch from start to finish. Catalyst really proved that ranking doesn't mean a thing when he's this sharp. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Vortex and Phantom stepping onto orange for this exciting high-stakes showdown. Phantom is an absolute force in their head-to-head history, having won over 60% of their lifetime meetings. So the opening round definitely doesn't reflect how often he usually controls the pace against the Vortex. It'll be interesting to see if he can regain that control now. Vortex is really starting to pull ahead here. Our top seed is starting to show his class. Vortex is really finding a groove early on, putting a lot of pressure on Phantom. The top seed is feeling a lot of pressure right now. Vortex holds a slim 3-2 lead heading into this round. He's definitely leaning into that top tier ranking. Vortex is just dominating with a 4-2 cushion. The favorite is really struggling to find an answer here. Phantom is fighting back, showing why he's the #1 seed by keeping this close. He's definitely proving why he's currently the best player on the ladder. Vortex has been putting up a lot of numbers lately with 29 wins today. So yeah, he is definitely arriving at this specific map with plenty of confidence. It's a surprising shift from their last direct meeting, where Phantom cruised to a convincing victory. And just like that, Phantom forces a dead heat. He's looking very comfortable in the top spot today. Vortex is really fighting for the lead here, refusing to let the top seed pull away as we approach the half. Vortex goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, the heavy favorite is simply doing his job here. He looks very sharp while Phantom tries to figure out a way back into this match. Let's see who gets hot first. Phantom narrows the gap, trailing by just 1 now. The higher rated player is starting to flex his muscles here. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but Vortex barely manages to survive with a sliver of health. That was an incredibly tight exchange. Vortex just edged back in front, 8-7. He is clearly in a strong spot today after those results. Phantom strikes back and we are completely tied up. He's certainly showing why he holds that #1 spot. He's completely taken over the momentum now, securing his 3rd straight victory. This is exactly what we expected from the highest rated man in the league. Vortex answers back with a quick trade, bringing the tally back to a deadlock. It's becoming an absolute battle of wills out here. Phantom edges ahead by 1 in this grueling war. His consistency is really showing through in this half. Unreal Vortex somehow walks away from that absolute slaughter with a tiny bit of health left. His luck is just unbelievable right now. Vortex is putting some serious pressure on the world #1 right now. That's a huge swing for the guy sitting at rank 3. He's absolutely steamrolling through the closing stages, moving just a single point away from victory. Complete reversal of roles compared to the start of this series. What a finale. He survives a brutal slugfest to close it out and claim the victory. He really clawed his way back from the brink, refusing to let that top-seeded player close the door. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Catalyst and Phantom facing off to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Phantom is sitting at the top of our rating as the #1 player in the league. So yeah, it makes sense that he's starting fast after his dominant victory in their last meeting. I wonder if Catalyst can use his map edge to turn things around. Catalyst is really starting to find his rhythm now. This is a surprising flip from the pre-match expectations. Phantom manages to find him up on the Tetris and levels the score right back up. That was a clean read from Catalyst, holding the ramp perfectly to keep the lead. Things look a bit different than that last meeting on fast aim. Catalyst is running away with it, leading 4-2. He just wipes him off the ramp to keep the streak alive. He is putting a huge amount of pressure on the top seed. He is simply unstoppable right now, taking his 4th straight to a 6-2 lead. The top seed is looking completely lost in this setup. A brutal sequence of shots there to extend the lead to 7. He is really making the top seed pay for that previous match. Phantom manages to trade back a round, halting that climb. The #1 seed is finally starting to dig in. Catalyst has seen way more action today. We have a 27-23 record, and honestly that workload might be starting to catch up to him. He's had a lot of high-intensity matches over the last few hours, which could explain why the #1 seed is finally starting to push back. We head into the break with Catalyst holding a 7-5 lead. This is exactly what we wanted to see, given his strong history on this map. He's staying ahead, though Phantom is definitely clinging to this game. Phantom is refusing to go away, clamping down on this lead to close the gap further. The experience gap is becoming obvious as the pressure mounts. He is in complete control of the pace, now locking in another win to even the series. The momentum has completely shifted back to the favorite. Catalyst claws back into a slim 1-round advantage. His 66% career win rate is starting to show here. Catalyst keeps his composure to push it to 9-7. Still a huge mountain to climb for the top seed. A perfect aside for the top seed, who continues to chip away at that lead. The pressure is really mounting on the higher ranked player. Unbelievable, we are completely tied up at 9-9 as Phantom proves he can hang with anyone. A real scramble for that trade, but he edges it out. Catalyst pulls ahead again to lead 10-9. Coming off a tough loss to Vortex earlier today. Phantom's tenacity is on full display, bringing us right back to a dead heat. The pressure is definitely on the underdog to maintain his side of the parity. The top seed is showing incredible grit, stepping up to take a narrow lead. A really quick read to seal the advantage. Absolute efficiency from the top seed to secure a massive advantage in this series. He is simply refusing to let any gaps open up now. A wild exchange of shots that barely went either way, but Catalyst survives the fight. He needed a huge stand right there to keep this alive. Absolute insanity. He claws back from the brink to secure the victory with just a sliver of health left. He just couldn't close it out. That was a massive swing in favor of the top seed. He really earned that victory. Welcome to the Dunes. Vortex and Catalyst are facing off right now to see who takes the match. Catalyst has an imposing 64% win rate in their historical matchups. You know, that level of dominance over the years tends to get inside a player's head. I'm curious to see if Vortex can shake off that psychological weight early on. Vortex just snatched that round right out of the air, dragging Catalyst down off the box. Catalyst is really cruising with a huge 3-1 lead. The 5th ranked player is making this look a bit too easy. Catalyst holds a commanding 4-1 lead as we reset. The favorite is showing his teeth early on. He's simply too fast right now, shutting things down in a fraction of a second. Vortex manages to dig in and secure a round, keeping himself in the fight. He definitely knows how to win his way around this scenery. Incredible grit from Vortex, surviving a brutal trade to close the gap. He's really starting to find his footing in this series. Vortex has been in a real battle tonight, putting up a 30-21 record in the last day, and honestly, that high volume of play is showing in his tenacity. He has the theoretical map edge here, but Catalyst seems completely unfazed by it. A total lockdown from Catalyst, who simply won't let his opponent back into this game. Catalyst takes a big 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he is playing exactly like the favorite we expected. That 4-round streak really broke the momentum for Vortex. Time to see some fun. Vortex pulls one back, but Catalyst still leads 9-4. He has the better overall rating on the ladder, but it's not showing yet. Vortex is fighting back, but it's 9-5 for Catalyst. He's really fighting back after that tough loss on AIM Italy P. That was a fast transition back into the lead for Catalyst, immediately answering that push from Vortex. Vortex keeps climbing, but Catalyst still holds a 10-6 cushion. The number 3 player is finally finding some consistency. Vortex is narrowing the gap to 7-10 right now. The momentum shift is palpable now. Absolutely insane. He claws back into the game, escaping by a literal sliver of health. He's really putting the pressure on now. Unbelievable. He's absolutely on fire right now, making it 4 straight as the deficit shrinks. He's reached total equilibrium after a massive climb from behind. We finally hit a deadlock at 10-10. He's completely rewritten the script for this duel. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking a 6th straight for a huge turnaround. A complete reversal from the start of this set. What a sequence! 7 straight for the comeback kid, and now he's just 1 away from the finish. He is proving exactly why he entered this duel as the favorite. Huge momentary reprieve for Catalyst, who stops that slide right when it mattered most. A quick reaction there to get back into the fight. Complete shutout to level things up. We are headed for overtime. He strikes again to take a narrow lead, refusing to buckle under this intense pressure. That quick response keeps the momentum firmly in his favor. These two are just trading blows back and forth. It's a total toss-up at this point. Absolute perfection in the timing of that trade. The pace is just lightning fast right now. Neither player is letting a single millisecond slip. What a statement from Vortex. He just wiped the floor with that exchange to bring us that even absolute chaos as we hit a total stalemate. He just can't be stopped. That was an effortless victory to put him one step away from a massive win. Total control of the server right now. What a triumph. He closes out the server and secures the series with an unbelievable run. Coming back from that hole after the break was pure willpower. He just refused to let Catalyst put him away. What a fight. Welcome to the stream. We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off on Mappas for a great set of duels. Phantom really likes this setup, boasting a 70% win rate on this specific map. It's a huge advantage when you combine that with his status as the #1 rated player in the league. He should be comfortably in control here. Phantom makes a great read from the ramp to put a little more pressure on Vortex. That's a lot of experience to lean on in a head-to-head. Phantom is just dominating, holding a strong 3-1 lead. He really seems to have the upper hand in this rivalry. Vortex keeps fighting, but Phantom still leading 3-2. He's showing exactly why he's the third highest rated on the ladder. Vortex is on a roll right now, quickly erasing that early deficit to bring us back to a dead lead. He's definitely shaking off those early nerves now. Phantom quickly answers back, securing that win from the ramp to pull ahead by 1. He's really making his superiority in the all-time record felt here. A complete deadlock now with Vortex tying it up. This is exactly how their battle on Blame Orange ended today. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that exchange, but it's enough to take the lead. That's an impressive output for him today with 31 wins. And just like that, we're totally tied up at 5 apiece. A really clean response to get things even. Vortex edges ahead now, holding a narrow one-round lead. It's a bit unexpected to see the heavy favorite trailing here. We're all square at 6 apiece. Things are playing out exactly as we hoped for the favorite. Vortex is playing a very disciplined game to keep this match at dead heat. Sides. Swap, let's get into it. Vortex claws back into a slim lead at 7-6. That was a lightning fast exchange. He's really leaning into the top 3 ranking today. Vortex has put together a really strong 31-21 record over the last day. So yeah, it looks like he is currently in the form of his life. I wonder if he can keep up this pace to secure the series. He is simply unstoppable right now, extending his run to 3 straight wins. The top seed is really feeling the pressure right now. Phantom keeps his composure and finds the opening from the boxes to halt that slide. Exactly the reset he needed to keep this competitive. Vortex is surging. Now pulling way ahead at 10-7. It's an interesting contrast to their long-term rivalry. He stays aggressive and closes this out without taking any damage to keep his hope alive. He's trying to find that early game stability again. The pressure is mounting on the number 1 seed as he finds himself trailing by 3. He's really making his mark today after that close victory on Orange earlier. Auto shutdown on this attempt, showing some real grit to keep this contest alive. The underdogs really have a chance to pull this off. Another fast response here, refusing to let his opponent pull further ahead. Slowing things down just enough to stay within striking distance. Phantom is completely in control now. Picking him off the ramp to level the series. He's absolutely locked in now. What a fight. Vortex survives that brutal trade and is now just 1 round away from victory. That was a nail-biter of an exchange. Absolutely wild. Vortex hangs on by a thread in a chaotic final clash to seal the victory. Picking up another win against the number 1 seed is just incredible. He's really putting on a clinic today. What a series. Welcome to the show. Catalyst and Phantom are facing off on red line, where the top seed looks to stay dominant. Catalyst has a heavy historical advantage on this map with a 77% win rate, but the overall rating gap suggests he's fighting an uphill battle against the best player in the league. It will be interesting to see who takes control here. Catalyst is currently edging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's definitely looking to avenge that recent loss on Blame map. Catalyst had the better angle from those Tetris blocks, and he's really starting to put the pressure on now. The higher rated player is definitely feeling the heat right now. Phantom trails by 1 and needs a huge response. He has that edge in their head to head history as well. Catalyst is cruising right now, holding a commanding 4-2 lead. Hard to ignore that he's currently the #1 rated player. The momentum is shifting back and forth here, making it really hard to tell who has the upper hand. Still nursing a rough 30% run in his last 10. Phantom has fought back to a dead heat. Seeing a lot of similarities to their last encounter on Blame map. Catalyst secures the edge by holding that ramp perfectly, making it a 5-4 game. Really seeing a fight between the top 5 of the ladder. Phantom manages to clear him off the ramp to keep things perfectly balanced here. Exactly what you'd expect from the league's top-rated talent. What a scramble! Both players were nearly depleted, but he barely survives that exchange to move one up. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock. I mean, Catalyst has definitely lived up to his reputation as the map specialist here. It's a dead even split as we head into the side switch. Fresh start for both guys. That was a chaotic clash on the ramp, and Phantom manages to pull ahead once again. Hard to bet against the #1 player on the ladder. Phantom is really starting to stretch his lead here, capitalizing on that high ground to take another quick round. Phantom wipes him off the ramp to extend the lead to 9. Looking almost identical to that close battle on Blame map. He refuses to go away, closing the gap to just 2 rounds down. That was an incredibly fast exchange to get back into it. A quick reflex trade from the ramp, and he's proving far too stubborn to stay down. The pressure is mounting for the favorite to find a way back. Unbelievable. He manages to wipe the slate clean, bringing the series back to a dead even split. Absolute chaos as the series resets to a dead tie. A tough duel between the two on the ramp, but the lead returns to Phantom. Phantom is steadily asserting his superiority throughout this series. Catalyst just wipes him off the Tetris blocks to get this series perfectly level. A quick reaction to put things back on equal footing. He secures a huge lead from the ramp, continuing this improbable rally. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite now. What a run! He just takes another one from the Tetris to reach match point. The momentum has completely shifted in this set. Unbelievable. He stormed through the final stages to claim the victory. He really needed that victory to shake off those recent losses and get his confidence back. A gritty performance all around. What a fight. Welcome to the stream. We have Vortex and Catalyst facing off right now on Fast Aim to see who wins. Catalyst puts up a strong opening effort, catching Vortex just as he stepped up the ramp. Vortex usually has the advantage on this map. Vortex has looked sharp today with 32-21 in his last few matches. And he's carrying a lot of confidence coming off that recent win against Catalyst as well. It will be interesting to see if he can keep the pressure on. We're all squared up now, both players locked in. Catalyst historically owns this matchup with a higher all-time win rate. Catalyst is really starting to pile on the pressure now, just cutting right through Vortex from below. The top 5 on the ladder really knowing how to trade blows. Vortex was way too quick there, just catching Catalyst while he was perched up on the box. Just trying to keep pace with the top 5 on the ladder. We'll be taking a quick breather, so stay tuned for more action between these two. And we are back in the action with Vortex and Catalyst tied up at 3 apiece. Vortex has a narrow lead now, moving ahead 4-3. A really dominant run of form for the number 3 seed. Catalyst quickly recovers his footing, claiming the ramp to bring us right back to a dead heat. He definitely seems to have a higher ceiling in this rivalry. Catalyst is really building some steam now, taking control from the ramp to put a real dent in Vortex's hopes. Total deadlock now, we're sitting at 5 all. It's interesting to see the 3rd seed hold his own here. Vortex pulls ahead by 1, taking it to 6-5. He has a lot of momentum after that recent series of wins. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, he's completely flipped the script on a guy who usually owns this matchup. He's playing with huge confidence right now and looks poised to pull off a bit of a shock. Let's see if Catalyst can pivot. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and he just barely survives the brawl to widen his gap. That was an incredibly tight scramble to get the win. He manages to clear him off the wine box to keep this comeback attempt alive. A crucial stop there to keep things competitive. He needed a round like that to stabilize things. Vortex has a 60% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's clear that this specific string of success is giving him a huge edge over his historical opponent. He's really making a strong case for a complete shift in the rivalry tonight. Another clean look from the box, and Vortex is just pulling further and further away. He's looking really strong after that hard-fought 16-14 win on Dunes. Catalyst is fighting back, taking a quick win from the bottom while Vortex was holding the ramp. Still showing the historical dominance he usually maintains over this pair. Another sharp burst from the ramp as Catalyst continues this push back into the game. He's fighting to get this back to a dead heat. Vortex is making it very difficult for Catalyst to put together a real run here. He's clearly capitalizing on the momentum from that Dunes victory. He puts up a sturdy defense from the wine box to keep this comeback rolling. He really needs to find a way to string these together. He's refusing to go quietly, securing another point from the window to close that gap. He's really starting to carve out some space for himself here. Vortex shuts things down by picking him off the ramp, bringing him to the edge of victory. The favorite is really finding his stride in the final stretch. Catalyst stays frosty to shut down the match. Point attempt, cleaning up from the toolbox. That was a long battle for the round. Unreal. Vortex closes it out right here to secure the victory. He really pushed the envelope in that finale, denying Catalyst's last desperate charge. An incredible show of grit. What a match. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got a great match today between Vortex and Phantom. Phantom started strong, using that height advantage to take a quick first round. He's definitely playing like the top seed right now. Vortex has been on a roll with 33-21 in the last day. And that confidence is clearly helping him hold his own against the top seed. It will be interesting to see if he can keep that momentum going throughout the set. Absolute deadlock now. Vortex and Phantom are tied up. He really needs to find his form as the top-rated seed. Vortex is really starting to pull ahead, and those quick reaction times are making him look dangerous right now. Things are heating up as they both sit at 3. He definitely has a historical edge in this particular matchup. Vortex just shut him down on the ramp, and he's looking very comfortable with this narrow lead. Phantom has a massive lifetime lead across their history together. Vortex had no trouble with that read, picking Phantom right off the boost. Vortex is looking every bit the third ranked player on the ladder. Vortex is just one step ahead at 5-4. That's exactly the kind of presence you expect from the world number one. Vortex was just a hair faster in that mirrored exchange on the ramp. This feels like a repeat of their last meeting today. Phantom effectively uses that Tetris angle to tie things up here. He's certainly playing the role of the favorite right now. We're all square at 6 going into the break. This is exactly how the analysts expected the first half to play out. Vortex looks sharp and is proving why he's considered a dangerous opponent today. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex claims a slight edge, leading 7-6. He's definitely feeling the pressure of that recent loss to Catalyst. And we are back in a deadlock at 7 apiece. He looks much more comfortable now than he did in that previous set. Phantom is really starting to build some momentum here, taking full control of the pace as the lead grows. Coming back to the forefront with a stronger overall win percentage. Vortex just barely out-duelled him in a high-stakes mirror match on the boost. The number one seed is definitely having a tough time today. Phantom takes the lead, putting him up 9-8. He's looking every bit the best player on the ladder. Vortex puts an end to those Tetris plays, bringing things right back to a tie. Vortex is showing why he's had success in their most recent encounters. Vortex cleans up that exchange from the ramp and is now firmly in the driver's seat. Hard to believe the heavy favorite is slipping this far behind. We're back to a stalemate with 10-0. He's certainly showing the consistency of the league's top player. Vortex is really putting on the pressure now, pushing this set right to the limit. Both players are really grinding it out in this marathon set. That was an incredibly quick exchange. They're just trading blows back and forth at this point. It's getting hard to believe the top seed was ever struggling here. He shuts down that comeback attempt completely, leaving him just one step away from the finish. What a way to cap off regulation. We are headed to overtime. He's coming off a string of a few high-scoring victories lately. Vortex is really putting the pressure on now, while Phantom is starting to look a bit rattled. A really tough stretch for a player with that career win rate. Vortex simply refuses to let up, picking him off the boost to extend the lead. The top-rated guy is really struggling to find a way back into this. Phantom answers back immediately, picking him right off the boost. He's proving why he holds his superior win rate on this particular territory. Vortex shuts things down with a clean finish on the ramp, moving him to a 15-13 lead. He's truly shaking off the frustration of that earlier defeat to Zenith. Phantom gets the answer he needed here, keeping the series alive. That was an incredibly tight exchange of shots. Phantom strikes again, erasing the lead completely to bring us back to a tie. Total chaos right now with this score. Vortex pushes ahead, reclaiming the lead at 16-15. Vortex is pulling ahead again, now leading 17-15. Vortex seems to have the upper hand in their recent clashes. Vortex extends his cushion to an 18-15 advantage. It's getting harder to ignore that shift in momentum. Vortex is cruising now with a commanding 19-15 lead. He really managed to outlast him in the end. That's a huge result for the underdog here. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to Dunes. Catalyst and Phantom are ready for a great matchup today. Phantom currently holds a significant advantage on this map with a 64% win rate, and that historical comfort seems to be paying off right now. I mean, he certainly looks confident playing into that map edge to establish an early lead. Phantom is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's clearly shaking off a tough series of losses today. Phantom is really putting the pressure on here, making it very difficult for Catalyst to get any momentum going. Phantom is just dominating, holding a commanding 4-1 lead. He's starting to claw back into this, putting up a fight with a perfectly clean shot. A quick reaction there to keep things competitive. Phantom is firmly in control with a 5-2 lead, which makes sense considering he is the top-rated player in the league. Look, it's impressive to see him capitalize on that skill gap to put the pressure on Catalyst right from the start. Phantom is cruising along with a 6-3 advantage. He's showing a lot of grit, stacking up another win to keep this comeback alive. The momentum shift is definitely starting to feel real. Unbelievable. Both players were nearly out of health, but he pushes through for another win. The underdog is officially making his move. We head into the break tied at 6-all. Honestly, it's a very fair result. Catalyst is playing exactly how you'd expect the favorite to play, especially after that strong 4-round run to close the half. Time to see who blinks first. He's now leading the series, showing incredible mental strength to secure a 7-6 advantage. The pressure is starting to mount for the league favorite. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange from the Tetris, evening the score at 7-7. The world #1 is finally finding some stability here. Phantom edges ahead by 1 in a tight battle. Looking for some redemption after the tough loss on red line. He's completely taking over the map, extending the lead to 9. He's just completely unstoppable right now, picking up his 4th straight win. This looks like a complete turnaround from their clash on red line. Absolutely wild. Catalyst survives a brutal exchange by the skin of his teeth to bring this within 2. Absolute ice in his veins to walk away with that round. He's refusing to go away, which brings the score to within a single round. He's proving that the odds weren't the whole story today. He is simply on fire right now, bringing the series level and erasing that early deficit. Goodness, that was incredibly close. He barely survives this grueling fight to take an 11-10 lead. That was an incredibly tight exchange for the lead. Absolute tenacity from Catalyst, who has now fought his way back to a dead heat. Absolutely anyone's game at this stage. He's just refusing to break, moving to 12 rounds and standing on the verge of victory. The script has completely flipped for the higher seed. What an unbelievable finish. He storms back to claim the victory and complete the comeback. Pure determination. He simply refused to fold against the world #1, and he earns a massive statement victory here. What a fight. Welcome everyone. Vortex and Catalyst are stepping onto orange to see who comes out on top. Emotion mid Vortex entered this match with an impressive 34-21 record over the last day. Looking at how he's handled himself in the previous few games, it seems he's genuinely in peak form. So yeah, the question is if he can carry this momentum into the mid-game Emotion mid. What a scramble. He barely scrapes through that engagement, coming away with a narrow edge. Deadlocked at 2 apiece. Things just got seriously intense. We're seeing an extremely tight battle between 2 top 5 talents. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he manages to limp away with a slim lead. The head-to-head history heavily favors Catalyst, but that's not showing today. We're all square now as they head into round 7. Expectations were high for the second ranked player, but he's fighting for a foothold. Vortex just grabbed the lead, putting him one up. We've seen a strong trend from him throughout today's session. Vortex holds a clear 53% win rate on this specific map. That gives him a lot of confidence when playing this layout. Well, since he's already leading the score, Catalyst is really feeling the pressure right now. Vortex keeps his nose ahead with a 5-4 advantage. His overall consistency is legendary, maintaining a 65% all-time win rate. Vortex is pulling away now, commanding a 2-round lead. The second ranked player is definitely proving he belongs at the top. Catalyst is refusing to let this match slip away, keeping the scoreline incredibly tight. He really wants to get back to his usual dominance over this opponent. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. Well, Catalyst is normally the one in control here, but the historical edge has meant nothing so far. This is becoming a real fight on the line. Fresh slate for both players. Vortex breaks the tie and takes a slender lead. He's staying sharp, mirroring the tight 13-11 win they just shared on Fast Aim. Catalyst fights back to make it a 7-7 deadlock. We've got two of the absolute best in the world right now. Emotion mid, both players are alternating rounds almost perfectly, but Vortex is just a hair ahead in this grand Emotion mid. Vortex is starting to distance himself with a 9-7 lead. He's definitely taking a bite out of that massive head-to-head deficit. Catalyst close back to keep this tied at 9-8. He's certainly pushing back against the recent surge of his opponent. Emotion mid Catalyst is looking dangerous right now. He's really starting to shift the momentum in his favor. Emotion mid. Vortex holds a narrow edge at 10-9. Vortex has been extremely focused lately, taking 5 in a row recently. Everything's back to a stalemate at 10 apiece. Neither one is giving an inch as they move toward the finish. Emotion mid, Vortex is really finding an opening here, putting himself in a great position to close this out. Emotion mid. Unreal, he barely survives that absolute firefight and now stands on the verge of victory. Absolute perfection. He closes out the match with a flurry of shots to secure the victory. He's showing an incredible amount of grit today. To outlast a player as precise as Catalyst in another nail-biter is just huge. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. Vortex and Phantom face off on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Phantom has a massive historical advantage here, winning over 60% of their meetings. It makes sense because he's usually far more comfortable on this specific map. The real question is whether Vortex can translate his recent win streak into a victory today. Everything is leveled out at 1 apiece right now. It's a rough afternoon for the world #1 so far. Vortex has officially seized the momentum with a 2-1 lead. A shaky start for the current top seed. He just keeps moving forward, picking the opponent right off the ramp. A tough stretch for the current best player on the ladder. Phantom answers back instantly to keep this series close. The #1 seed is fighting to find a way back. Unbelievable, he barely survives that absolute war of attrition to bring the series back to a dead heat. Absolutely ice in his veins to walk away from that edge. The momentum has shifted completely, and that's 3 straight for Phantom. A strong showing from the top-rated player on the ladder. Vortex secures a clean kill from the ramp to bring this series back to a deadlock. A tough run of form for the #1 seed today. Phantom keeps a slim edge as we hit round 9. The top dog is showing why he holds that first place spot. Vortex has been quite active today with 35 wins already, and honestly it looks like he's struggling to maintain that pace against his rival. Phantom seems to be capitalizing on his superior experience in this specific matchup to keep the pressure high. Phantom leads 7-5 heading into the break. I mean, we expected Vortex to take control here, but the underdog is actually holding his own. Let's see if he can close this out. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom is now cruising with a commanding 3-round lead. His superior overall experience is starting to show in this series. Vortex shows some real grit here, picking the opponent off the ramp to cut the lead to 2. The top seed is starting to put up a serious... Phantom still holds a comfortable 3-round cushion. The world #1 is really finding his second wind here. Phantom is just dominating this space with a 10-6 lead. Looking like a true world #1 right now. Phantom just keeps pulling the leader right off that ramp to extend his lead. He's really leaning into that huge career head-to-head advantage today. A very sharp reaction there to slow things down slightly. Vortex has been on a tearing run today, securing 35 wins already. He holds his nerve in a tense standoff, putting himself 1 step away from victory. A really impressive display of control from the favorite. What a finish! Phantom closes it out with a lightning fast reaction to take the whole series. The level of precision we just saw was just on another planet. He really knows how to shut this guy down. Welcome to Italy. We have Catalyst and Phantom facing off today, with the favorite looking to dominate this map. Phantom is sitting at the top of our rating system, but that high ranking isn't helping him much in the early exchanges. It's worth noting that Catalyst actually took their last meeting, so we might be seeing a repeat of that trend here. Catalyst is really heating up, pushing the lead to 2. The A-list talent isn't showing up yet. The pace is absolutely blistering. These rounds are ending in a flash. The top seed is struggling to find any footing. Phantom claws back to 2, keeping this tight. He's showing exactly why he holds that #1 spot. We are deadlocked at 3 apiece now. He's definitely leaning into that map advantage right now. Catalyst is looking very comfortable right now, refusing to let the world #1 build any momentum. Catalyst has a 65% all-time win rate, which shows he typically knows how to close out matches. So yeah, it looks like his consistency is starting to override the pure skill gap we usually see in these clashes. Phantom refuses to go away, narrowing the gap to just 2 rounds. His overall rating hasn't been an issue, just these initial exchanges. A frantic exchange of fire, but the world #1 manages to survive that chaos. He's playing with total confidence now. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the early rounds played out exactly as we anticipated. It'll be interesting to see if Phantom can leverage his 66% win rate on Italy to close this gap. Fresh start for both players. He is refusing to back down, erasing another round to keep this series incredibly close. He's definitely starting to play like the favorite now. What a grit from the top seed, clawing his way back to a deadlock. It's a complete toss-up now with both players searching for a lead. Catalyst edges ahead, taking an 8-7 lead. He's definitely playing with a chip on his shoulder right now. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he manages to scrape through with a sliver of health. He manages to outlast the exchange, continuing his strong run of form. A really tough spot for the man currently sitting at rank 1. That was almost instant. He's just outclassing everyone right now. The pressure is really mounting for the top seed. A fast reaction from Phantom to shut that down. He certainly has a massive amount of experience in these long-term series. He's showing a lot of heart, staying composed to win another one. The gap on the ladder isn't always an easy thing to overcome. The momentum is shifting rapidly as the top seed keeps rolling through his opponent. He just shut that momentum swing down completely, moving him to the edge of victory. A flawless response from the underdog to keep this fight going. He's fighting for his life in this series now. Unbelievable. He closes it out with a lightning fast flick to secure the series victory. He really fought back from the brink, but just couldn't find that final answer to stop the bleeding. An incredible showing for both of them. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Redline. Vortex and Catalyst face off today to see who can claim the victory. Catalyst looks strong coming out of the gate, picking Vortex right off the ramp for that first lead. Catalyst really seems to have a grip on this specific layout with a 77% win rate here. It's a massive contrast to how he's been playing in his recent matches. We just need to see if Vortex can shake this off before the gap grows. An absolute bloodbath on the ramp that time, but Vortex manages to come out on top. He really is the higher rated player in this pairing. What a frantic scramble, but he barely holds on to secure the 3-1 lead from the ramp. Just a glimpse of that lifetime dominance in their history. Vortex is fighting back, trailing by just 1 now. Neither player has really found their footing early on. We're all square now as Vortex levels the score. This is a huge swing for the second seed. Catalyst answers right back with a quick reaction, keeping things tight as they head into the next half. Both players decided to contest the ramp, and Vortex managed to come out on top of that exchange. He really is leaning on that top seed status right now. Vortex clinches the lead and now sits at 5. A solid way to avenge that tough history they share. He simply refuses to let up, winning another clash on the ramp to extend the run. His recent form hasn't quite matched that high ladder position. That was a messy firefight, but Catalyst survives it to keep things close. This is exactly the kind of fight we expect from the 4th rank. We are all tied up at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, Catalyst is expected to put away this game, but Vortex is playing way too well to be called the underdog today. Let's see if that momentum stays with him. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex is really putting on the pressure now, taking control of the map and pushing out Catalyst from the ramp. Vortex is just on fire right now, asserting his control from the ramp to push his lead to 2. He's really putting that second place rank to use. Catalyst just shut that down, picking Vortex off the ramp to keep this set incredibly close. The head-to-head record really favors this one. Catalyst is picking up steam, cleaning up from the ramp to secure his 2nd straight round. He is definitely playing to that higher expected win rate. Vortex is really starting to pull away here, and he did it again with a great play from the ramp. He's certainly looking stronger than he did in their previous meeting. Vortex has been on a tear lately, putting up a solid 35-22 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that confidence into this map. If he can keep this pace, he'll erase the historical disadvantages he usually has against Catalyst. He claws back another round, showing some serious grit as he refuses to go away quietly. He needed to find an answer right there to stay in this. A complete shutdown by Catalyst, who is refusing to let his opponent pull away. A clean response from the 4th seed to stay right in this. He just can't be stopped right now, raining down a 3rd straight victory to bring this game level. A complete reversal of momentum in a blink. He shuts the door on that run, putting himself a single round away from victory. He's finally capitalizing on that slight edge the analysts gave him. And there it is. He closes it out with an effortless kill to take the series He's finally starting to flip the script on this rivalry. Catalyst really threw everything he had at him, but it just wasn't quite enough today. What a fight. Welcome everyone. We're on fast aim for this match between Vortex and Phantom. Let's see if the favorite can hold their ground. Phantom really owns the head-to-head history with over 2,000 wins in their series. It makes this an interesting battle since he's the higher rated player but has been struggling lately. We'll see if Vortex can keep the momentum from that first round. Phantom claws back a late, pushing it to 2-1. The top seed is definitely showing his class today. Vortex finds a nice spot on the ramp there to lock things back up. He's putting some serious pressure on the league leader right now. Vortex is really putting the pressure on here, taking control of the server with that aggressive play from the ramp. He's just not letting up. That's 3 in a row for the challenger. The best player on the ladder is suddenly looking very vulnerable. He's just too sharp right now, pushing his lead to 5-2. The underdog is completely flipping the script tonight. He just keeps rolling, picking the opposition off the ramp for another clean win. Unbelievable to see the top-rated player struggle this much. Vortex secures another huge round from the toolbox, extending his streak to 6 straight. It's a complete role reversal for the #1 rated player. Finally a response from the favorite, catching his opponent on the toolbox. He's certainly got the long-term numbers in his favor. Vortex has been the far more active player today with a 36-22 record. Well, the problem is that he's starting to look exhausted while Phantom is making the most of his few opportunities. It's a critical moment for Vortex to steady the ship before he loses his grip on the lead. Vortex heads into the break with a solid 8-4 lead, and honestly he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. He looked very sharp during that 6-round stretch, though Phantom still has a strong track record on this specific map. Time for the swap. Phantom is quickly finding his footing again, picking Vortex off the toolbox to keep things tight. He's clearly showing why he holds the top spot on our rating. Vortex is flying high with a commanding 9-5 lead. He is really making his opponent pay for that poor recent form. Phantom keeps the trades tight, easily picking Vortex off that ramp. He's definitely trying to leverage that lifetime, 63% win rate. Vortex holds onto a comfortable 4-round cushion. The world number 2 is really staring down the lead here. Phantom is starting to find a way back into this, utilizing that wine box to narrow the gap. He's looking much more like the number 1 seed now. Vortex is just too quick, catching Phantom right as he stepped up onto the box. Phantom manages to clear him off that box, and the gap is starting to shrink. He's trying to replicate that 13-7 victory from their last encounter. That's another lightning fast sequence for the top seed, who continues to close the distance. Vortex shuts this down and is now just one step away from the victory. The momentum has completely shifted since this series began. Unreal. Vortex closes it out with a perfect final sequence to take the victory. Just a massive result for the second seed to take a game off the world number 1. A statement win today. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got a great match today as Catalyst and Phantom face off for the win. Catalyst holds a 69% win rate on this specific map, and you can tell he's feeling very confident after their most recent head-to-head encounter. Now we'll see if Phantom can adjust his approach to shut that down. Phantom is fighting uphill now, trailing by a single game. Hard to forget that Phantom currently sits as the top seed on the ladder. Both players are keeping pace perfectly, trading rounds back and forth as they settle into a tight rhythm. Phantom has the edge as we head into round 5. He's certainly living up to that top seed position right now. The momentum has completely shifted. That's 3 straight for the top seed. His #1 rank is certainly showing in this set. Catalyst answers back quickly to tighten the gap. Both of these guys are having a pretty rough run today. Phantom is the overall leader in their head-to-head history, and he's definitely trying to use that long-term dominance to build a safety net here. It's interesting because Catalyst is typically the favored pick in this pair, but he's just not finding a way to stop these pushes. We'll see if he can shake this off before it gets out of hand. He refuses to go away, clawing his way back into this set. That was a quick exchange to get back into it. What a scramble. He barely comes out alive. In that exchange to keep the lead comfortable. He's definitely digging deep to maintain that control. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead as we switch sides. I mean, the underdog is currently in the driver's seat. Catalyst looked like the safe bet coming into this, but he's struggling to close out the rounds. Let's see if Catalyst can pivot. He's showing incredible resolve right now, shutting that down without taking a single point of damage. The pressure is really starting to mount for that favorite position. Phantom still controls the pace, leading 8-6. That was an incredibly sharp response to get back on top. Another effortless kill for him as he continues this climb back into the game. That was a tight exchange to bring him back in it. He manages to drag himself right back into this tie, picking the opposition off the ramp. Everything is completely reset now. Absolutely sensational. He's completely overtaken the lead now, keeping his momentum rolling. And just like that, the score is leveled again. Hard to believe the world #1 is struggling this much to pull ahead. He's showing some real grit here, refusing to let the top seed pull away. That was a lightning fast exchange to get back in the lead. He secures another easy one from the ramp, continuing his climb up the scoreboard. The pressure is clearly getting to the seat leader. Both players are on a total knife edge, just trading blows in a frantic scramble for the finish line. Another spotless exchange for Catalyst, putting him just a single round away from victory. He's completely locking down the server right now. Unbelievable, what a turnaround to close the series. Catalyst secures the win with a perfect finish. He just managed to outlast the world #1 in a total nail-biter of a set. It's a huge result here today. What a fight. Welcome everyone. We're on Orange today as Vortex and Catalyst face off to see who takes the win. What a fight. Catalyst barely scrapes through that exchange, surviving by a hair to take the early lead. Vortex has been putting up some impressive numbers today with a 37-22 record. And it's really helping him challenge that historical deficit he usually faces against Catalyst. This matchup is always interesting because Catalyst has traditionally held the upper hand over the years. We're all squared up now as these two clash. The top seed is having to work for this one. Catalyst has the wind in his sails now, picking up a second straight round to take control. That's a bit of a blow for our top-seeded player. A lightning-fast reaction to secure a third straight for him. The top-rated player is really feeling the pressure here. Absolute control from Catalyst as he marches toward a 5-round lead. It's a tough spot for the league leader to be in. He's just completely unstoppable right now, extending that streak to 5 straight. Our number 1 seed is staring down a massive deficit. Vortex finally finds an answer, cutting into that lead. The top seed is starting to look more like himself. He's showing a lot of grit, picking up another easy round to close that gap. The favorite is finally starting to claw back into this. Catalyst really knows how to shut the door when a series starts swinging. It's a huge momentum shift, given that Vortex was looking to turn this into a complete comeback. He just needs to keep the space to shut down the league's top player. Catalyst heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, it's a very standard start given how often he typically wins this rivalry. He's just completely in charge right now. Time to see if the tide turns. Catalyst is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 9-4. Catalyst really seems to have his number today. Vortex is fighting for a lifeline at 5-9. He's been in great form lately, winning 8 of his last 10. Catalyst is really making it hard for his opponent to put together any kind of momentum. He's managing the pace well despite the skill gap. Catalyst is coasting now, holding a commanding 10-6 lead. That's the first seeded player asserting his dominance here. Vortex keeps fighting, bringing it to a tight 7-10. The number 1 seed is finally finding some traction here. He is absolutely on fire right now, taking a 3rd straight to keep this rally alive. That's a serious swing in energy for this series. A sudden stop to that momentum as he secures a clean kill to get back in control. He really has a way of silencing the top seed. He's refusing to back down, delivering a quick blow to keep his hopes alive. Another fast one for him, showing some real persistence to stay in this game. Unbelievable. He's just completely erased that lead, and we are all tied up at 11-all. Absolute chaos here. Neither side can pull away from the other. He's simply on another level right now, reaching match point after that swift exchange. He's looking completely locked in right now. Incredible finish. He shuts things down completely, forcing this match into an epic overtime battle. Catalyst is really fighting for his life here, putting together another string of quick wins to stay ahead. His career edge in this rivalry showing once again. A fierce trade of fire. But he comes out on top to keep this streak rolling. A very different result compared to that last encounter on red line. Absolute perfection. He keeps the momentum surging with another effortless kill to put the game on the line. What an ending. He closes out the overtime battle with a flawless sequence to take the match. He just couldn't find a way to close that gap after the second half. He really pushed the pace in overtime, but the experience showed through. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We have Vortex and Phantom facing off today on Italy to see who comes out on top. Phantom holds a substantial historical lead in the head-to-head over his opponent. And that experience seems to be giving him a clear psychological edge right out of the gate. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can flip the script today. Vortex is really heating up, leading 2-1. Unreal. He hangs on by a thread from the wine to push his lead to 3-1. Hard to believe the top seed is this rattled right now. He's just completely taken over this game, moving to a 4-round streak. The number 1 seed is looking completely lost. Phantom answers back immediately, picking him off the wine to secure the round. He is staying strong under pressure and puts an end to that short burst of momentum. He's definitely starting to look like the favorite again. Vortex is carrying a lot of confidence into this one with a 37-23 record over the last day. It's a stark contrast to the way Phantom has been struggling in his latest matches. We're seeing a real shift in the power dynamic here. Phantom secures another clean look from the wine, showing some serious grit to close the gap. Vortex is just punishing that spot, making quick work of Phantom's attempt to hold the high ground. Vortex takes a healthy lead at 8-4, and honestly, he is just playing the way we thought he would. He's riding a lot of momentum from that early win streak to keep the #1 seed on his heels. Time to see if Phantom recovers. Vortex is just cruising now, sitting pretty at 9-4. The #1 seed is really feeling the pressure today. Vortex is now absolutely dominating a 10-4 lead. Just can't seem to shake this current slide. Phantom is finally showing some life, putting a halt to that long stretch of losses. He's trying to reclaim that prestige as the top-rated guy. Phantom claws back, but Vortex still holds a 10-6 cushion. The world, #1 is fighting to reclaim his spot. What a scramble! He survives by a sliver and secures the win from the Tetris. That high ranking has barely been a factor so far today. He's back in the driver's seat with a lightning fast read, and he's now just a single round away from victory. What a way to wrap this up! He finishes the match with a flawless sequence to secure the victory. The underdog really stepped up here and just completely shrugged off those historical stats to secure the win. Welcome everyone. We're back on Dunes for a clash between Catalyst and Phantom to see who takes the win. Phantom really enjoys playing on this map, boasting a 64% win rate here. It's a sharp contrast to his recent form as he's been struggling to close out games today. We have to see if that map familiarity can outweigh his current slide. He is simply untouchable right now, claiming a third straight round to take a commanding lead. He finds his footing and takes control from the box to break the momentum. A quick shift in energy for him after those early struggles. Catalyst is really staring down a mountain at 1-4. He's currently bouncing back from a rough run of losses today. Phantom is just rolling through, now leading 5-1. The number 2 seed is really asserting himself here. He's completely in charge, extending the lead to 6 rounds after a rapid reaction. Total reversal from their previous encounter today. Catalyst reacts first to flick him off the box and secure a round. Phantom is firmly in control of their historical rivalry with a narrow lead over the all-time series. It's making this current run even more impressive given that he spent most of the day struggling. He seems to have finally flipped the switch on this one. Phantom still holds a healthy 3-round cushion. The number 4 ranked player is looking incredibly sharp right now. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly he's making this look easy despite being the underdog. He's completely outplayed the favorite so far and looks poised for a major upset. Let's see a new surge here. Phantom just can't be stopped, sitting at 9-4 now. He's looking far more comfortable than those previous losses today suggest. Phantom just keeps piling on, now leading 10-4. A huge shift from his recent losses to Vortex and others. Catalyst is fighting back, showing that he isn't ready to just hand this game over. That's the top 5 in the ranking, showing their class. Catalyst narrows it down to 6, but he's still trailing. He's a dangerous opponent when he finds this kind of momentum. Phantom is just shutting down every attempt at a comeback right now. He's fighting his way out of a rough patch today. He shuts down that mini rally, instantly putting himself just a single round away from victory. Perfect response from the favorite to delay the end of the game. The pressure is mounting for the underdog in this closing stretch. And that is it. He closes the door on this series with a decisive final play. He looks like a whole new player after that, completely erasing the memory of those earlier losses from the books. Welcome to the Berserk League. Vortex and Catalyst are facing off on Mapas to see who takes the win today. Catalyst is really leaning into a historical advantage, leading the head-to-head record with 628 total wins. It's a mental edge that clearly carries over from their last meeting where he also came out on top. We'll see if Vortex can finally flip the script today. Absolute chaos there, but he claws out the victory in a frantic trade of shots. Vortex is playing the aggressor here, catching Catalyst right as he stepped off the ramp. Catalyst holds a slim lead as we enter round 5. A tough spot for the top seed to be in. We've got a deadlock now with both players tied at 3. The top-rated player is certainly making his presence felt. Catalyst is putting on a great show, consistently finding the mark as he takes control of this set. Looking back, Vortex is arguably the top dog in our rating. Vortex has entered the day with a strong 38-23 record, and honestly, it looks like that momentum is failing to materialize against this specific opponent. He's currently struggling to keep pace while Catalyst continues to press the advantage. Tied up at 5 apiece, this is getting intense. Coming off that dominant 13-6 victory against Phantom earlier. Vortex is just on fire, securing a 3rd straight round to take control of the set. He's putting that #1 seed on full display right now. We're all squared up at 6 apiece heading into the break, and honestly this is exactly the kind of fight we wanted to see. Vortex is proving he belongs in the conversation by matching the favorite shot for shot. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex just edged ahead, holding an arrow 1 round lead. It's a huge shift from those 200 matches he struggled through here. Back to a stalemate 7 all in this thriller. Neither player has given an inch since the half. Unbelievable. He barely survives with a sliver of health after fighting his way down from the ramp. He's showing some serious nerves of steel to close that out. Vortex takes a commanding 2-round cushion now. The momentum is really shifting for the top seed here. What a scramble. He hangs on by a thread and secures the kill from the container. The #4 seed is refusing to let the top seed pull away. Catalyst manages to clear him off the container to keep this series locked in a stalemate. Hard to shake that historical dominance Catalyst has over him. Vortex edges ahead by a single round now. Catalyst really needs to shake off that recent struggle against Phantom. Vortex is really starting to put the pressure on here, closing the gap with another quick win from the ramp. He looks completely locked in right now. Another untouchable round for the leader, and now he's just 1 win away from the series. The underdog is really starting to feel the pressure now. Unbelievable. He walks away from that bloodbath to seal the victory and the map. He finally breaks that curse. We've seen him struggle for way too long against this guy, but he just proved he's the best in the world right now. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we have an exciting matchup on fast aim as Vortex takes on Phantom in a battle for dominance. Vortex jumps right out of the gates by taking that ramp position for the opener. Phantom has a career win rate of 63%, showing a long-term level of consistency that often gives him the edge in these types of matchups. It's just interesting because Vortex has clearly figured out how to beat him lately. It'll be a fight to see who keeps their cool first. Unbelievable, he manages to scrape through that encounter with a tiny sliver of health left. He's proving why he entered this series as the favorite player. He's completely taking over, outclassing his opponent for a third straight round. He's really making his historic edge in this rivalry felt. Just totally untouchable right now, putting the pressure on with another huge win. He's definitely playing like the heavier favorite here. What a frantic trade! He barely escapes that one, securing his 5th straight win. Vortex finally answers back, cleaning up that encounter without taking any damage. That's a strong look for the #1 seed right now. Vortex enters the day with a very strong 39-23 record, so yeah, he has been in incredible form lately, which makes it surprising to see him struggle this much against a rival who usually dominates him. The big question is if he can bridge this gap before it's too late. Vortex really likes that ramp spot, and he's using it well to chip away at that lead. He's certainly acting like the higher rated seed right now. Vortex manages to clear him off the ramp, narrowing the gap as the momentum shifts. The confidence is definitely swinging in his direction. Phantom just shut that door quickly, reclaiming control and keeping the lead steady. That's a nice cushion for the second ranked player right now. Phantom heads into the break with an 8-4 lead, while the underdog is definitely playing like the better man right now. He's using his 67% map win rate to put the world number 1 on his heels. Let's see if Vortex can respond. Phantom still holds a healthy 3-round lead over Vortex. A tight battle for the number 1 spot on our ladder. He finds the angle from the wine box to put the pressure back on. A really sharp display from him to push this back. The gap is closing fast as the top seed keeps fighting. Phantom had the faster read that time, picking him right off the ramp to keep this series in his palm. But a significant historical advantage over the number 1 seed. Phantom just had a great read on that play, quickly dragging Vortex off the box to stay in charge. That head-to-head record heavily favors the man on top right now. A heavy exchange here, but he comes out on top to push the lead to 11-6. The number 2 seed is putting on a clinic today. Whoa, he survives a brutal exchange from the toolbox to bring the score to 7-11. It looks like a mirror of their recent encounter on Italy. Phantom shuts him down from the box, bringing him to the edge of defeat. He's really cementing his control over this match right now. Game over. He secures the final kill on the ramp to claim victory. Just an absolute blowout in the end. He really held his ground and maintained a firm grip on this one. Welcome everyone, we've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off on orange to see who takes the win. Phantom is widely considered the best player on our rating ladder, but he's had a bit of a rougher start to the session compared to Catalyst. I mean, if the top seed can't find his footing early, we could be looking at another upset for the underdog. He just can't be stopped right now, securing a third straight victory. That's quite a turnaround after their 13-7 clash on Dunes. He's just taking over the server, outclassing the favorite with an effortless 4th round. He's completely in control, dragging the top seed off the ramp for a perfect start. Usually we'd expect the top-rated player to push back by now. Unbelievable, a complete shutout so far as the lead grows to 6. His head-to-head advantage is quickly disappearing in this set. Finally, Phantom earns a point and gets his first win of the game. He's a powerhouse on this map and it's starting to show. Catalyst currently holds a 65% all-time win rate across thousands of games. But his struggles today show he's not in his typical form. It'll be interesting to see if he can stop the momentum from shifting entirely. A gritty exchange here, but Catalyst comes out on top to extend the lead. It is a surprising contrast to his poor form over the last 10 games. Catalyst is cruising now with a commanding 8-3 lead. A stark contrast to how things went on Dunes. We go into the break with Catalyst leading 9-3. Well, he's just living up to that favorite status right now. He's practically ignoring the fact that Phantom usually wins over 60% of his games on this map. Time for Phantom to wake up. Phantom claws back one, but Catalyst still holds a 9-4 grip. That's a thin margin for the best rated player on the ladder. Catalyst just pushes his lead to a massive 10-4. Looking back, that #1 seed is really struggling to hold his ground. We are seeing some incredibly fast exchanges lately. Catalyst is just reacting way quicker than Phantom. He's really putting on a clinic against the league's top seed. A quick reaction puts him back in the driver's seat with an edge of 12-4. The pressure is really mounting on the higher seed. What a finish. He just shuts the door on this series with a perfect shot. Just a complete blowout from start to finish. He really played the perfect game today. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Vortex and Catalyst facing off today to see who comes out on top. Catalyst holds a massive lead in their head-to-head record, winning over 60% of their total matches. It's a long-term dominance that usually defines this pairing. Now we just have to see if the current top-rated player can find an answer for it. Catalyst is pulling ahead with a narrow 2-1 lead. The top-rated man on the ladder is feeling the heat early. It's a complete toss-up right now. Neither one of these guys is willing to give an inch. Coming into this one, the match favorite is looking very sharp. Catalyst is just one step away from a dominant 3-2 lead. The favored man is having a bit of a struggle right now. Absolute deadlock now. We're all square at 3 apiece. The number 1 seed is playing exactly to his seed. Vortex is starting to pile up the pressure here, taking control of the momentum with a couple of quick wins. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, putting up a heavy 3-round run. Catalyst responds instantly, cutting right through the opposition. Ten rounds in and neither man can break away. It's a completely different story from their last encounter on Mappas. Vortex edges head by 1 in a nail-biter. This side of the bracket is certainly heating up for him today. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the underdog is putting on a serious show. He's defying the historical odds by outplaying Catalyst in this first half. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex maintains that slim edge at 7-6. The top seed is feeling the pressure early today. Catalyst fights back to tie things up at 7-all. The top-rated guy looks human right now. Vortex is looking sharp, shutting down that little momentum shift Catalyst tried to build. And now we're deadlocked at 8 apiece. The top 4 in the league are really fighting for every inch. Catalyst regains control and holds a thin 1-round advantage. A complete shutdown. He's just untouchable right now, taking his 3rd straight. Vortex hasn't been this tilted since that loss to Phantom. He's just not letting up, extending the series of winners to 4 straight. Vortex is starting to look like the struggle he had against Phantom today. He's just too strong right now, moving a single point away from victory. He's completely flipped the script on the pre-match expectations. Unreal. He closes it out with a final perfect shot to secure the match. He really had to fight for this one, especially after those early struggles, but he's just too consistent. That final surge was a beauty. What a series. Welcome everyone, Vortex and Phantom are facing off on red line to see who comes out on top today. Phantom has dominated this rivalry with a 61% win rate across their history. He's certainly carrying that confidence into this server. It'll be interesting to see if the number 2 rated player can actually find a way to break that trend today. We're completely deadlocked now with Vortex tying things up. He's really fighting through a tough stretch lately. Phantom holds a narrow lead as we enter round 3. Expected from the current number 1 seed. Phantom is putting on some serious pressure right now, really starting to separate himself in the early game. Vortex was actually expected to win this one. Vortex is really swinging the momentum back in his favor, catching Phantom while he was out of position on the ramp. Phantom is really starting to distance himself here, making quick work of Vortex while he was holding that ramp position. Vortex has a really impressive 39-25 record in the last day, and yet he's looking completely lost against this specific opponent, right? It's proving that individual momentum doesn't always translate when you're facing a genuine nemesis. That was a tense standoff, but he finishes it off without taking a single hit. He's definitely showing why he can compete with the best in the league. A fierce battle on the ramp ends with Vortex coming out on top once again. The pressure is really starting to shift back onto the top seed. What a shift in energy. He's completely erased that deficit and holds everything even now. Vortex is refusing to be intimidated by the gap in rankings. Phantom settles things from the ramp, regaining a slim edge as we head toward the break. That was a crisp sequence to stop the momentum shift. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, the underdog is actually making a strong case for an upset here. He's definitely playing like the man to beat on red line. Let's see if Vortex can answer back. A slower exchange this time, but he secures a clean win to stay in the fight. The underdog is definitely proving he can trade blows with the world's best. He holds a strong line from the ramp and brings the score level at 7-7. It's a complete toss-up now with neither player gaining a foothold. He's just on fire right now, taking a 3-round run to seize the lead. The confidence is starting to leak from the high seed. Phantom responds immediately, bringing things right back to a draw. It is a brutal battle of attrition for the world's best player. A quick victory from the ramp there. And now the top seed has a 3-round advantage. The top seed is definitely finding his second wind here. He shuts down the comeback attempt from the Tetris, keeping his grip on the match. The world's top-rated player is really asserting his dominance here. Vortex keeps the pressure high, finding a clear shot to narrow the gap. A solid response to get things closer. He's staying composed despite the uphill battle in this series. The pace of this match has really picked up. These last few rounds have just been an absolute blur. He's really leaning into his status as the top seed. He manages to lock this down from the ramp, putting himself 1 point away from victory. This is really starting to feel like a predictable outcome. Vortex manages to pick him off the ramp, refusing to let this series end quietly. A huge clutch moment to keep the hopes alive. Unbelievable! Phantom takes a clean shot at the target and closes the door on the match. Vortex really pushed him to the limit in that one, but he just couldn't find that final break. He really had to sweat it out. What a match. Welcome everyone to Mapas. We've got an exciting duel today between Catalyst and Phantom to see who comes out on top. Phantom has a massive 70% win rate here, and that level of comfort on the map is definitely showing. It's an interesting contrast since Catalyst usually takes the favorite role in their head-to-head matchups. We'll see if he can adjust his game to get back in this. Catalyst is really starting to build some momentum here, taking control of the ramp for another win. The odds were thin, but he's proving too sharp today. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, making it 3 straight wins. His target is usually a wall, but today he's simply untouchable. He is just completely taking over this match now. Hard to believe the league's top-rated player is struggling this much. Phantom manages to shut him down on the ramp, refusing to let the gap widen. Exactly what the odds predicted for the underdog. Catalyst has been tearing through his recent series, including a dominant 13-4 result against Phantom just a short while ago. It's a clear contrast to the current scoreline, but that high level of confidence seems to be translating into these early rounds. I wonder if that psychological edge will prove too much to overcome. Unreal. He barely walks away from that brawl, surviving with a sliver of health to keep the comeback alive. He's really digging in to keep this set close. A precise shot from the ramp secures another win, and we are all square at 5 apiece. Everything is back to neutral for these two. He is absolutely on fire, securing his 4th straight win and taking the overall lead. We got a dead heat here at 6-6. Well, things are playing out exactly as we anticipated. Both players have looked sharp, and it's anyone's game heading into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. What a chaotic exchange. He barely clutched out that firefight to take a narrow lead. The 4th seed is really stepping up against the world number 1. Phantom manages to pick him off the ramp, leveling the series at 7-7. The pressure is mounting for the top seed in this one. Catalyst surges ahead to a slim 8-7 lead. The number 1 rated guy is really feeling the heat. Catalyst extends his cushion, now sitting pretty at 9-7. Phantom is really struggling to find a rhythm today. He's on a roll now, putting a huge amount of pressure on the opposition. His current form is a far cry from that 13-10 victory over Vortex earlier. He simply refuses to let up, cleaning him off the ramp for another win. He's really making this look like a one-sided affair. Another effortless victory from the ramp, putting him just 1 round away from the finish. A tough spot for someone who came in as the favorite. What a finish. He closes out the series in style to secure the victory. He really leaned into that second half momentum to shut everything down. A huge statement win for the 4th seed against the world number 1. Welcome to the show. We have Vortex and Catalyst facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Catalyst has a strong historical advantage, having won 63% of their head-to-head games. I mean, it's clearly a psychological edge that continues to weigh on Vortex right now. We'll see if the higher-rated player can actually shake that off. He just shuts things down from the wine box to secure a 3-round streak. He's certainly looking like the safer pick right now. Absolutely relentless as he catches Vortex from the wall to extend his lead. A stark contrast to what we expected, given the favorite status. A wild exchange of fire here, but Vortex manages to edge out the fight. The second-ranked player in the league is finally waking up. He's really digging in now, continuing this unexpected surge to bridge the gap. He's starting to look like the man the pundits picked to win this. Vortex is coming into this match on a 3-game losing streak. That suggests a real lack of confidence right now. It makes the current scoreline far more concerning for the favorite. Catalyst is just too fast for him today, quickly erasing that brief momentum shift from a few rounds ago. Catalyst is cruising with a commanding 6-3 lead. Catalyst is making quick work of him, simply refusing to let Vortex build any real momentum here. That gap in the rankings isn't translating to a lead right now. A fierce battle for the high ground there, but Vortex was just a split second faster to the trigger. He's definitely fighting a steep climb after that loss earlier today. It is 8-4 in favor of Catalyst heading into the break, and honestly, he's putting on exactly the kind of performance we anticipated from him. He just seems to have the better timing today. Time for Vortex to find some answers. Catalyst is dominating, sitting pretty at 9-4. He's taking full advantage of that recent winning momentum. Catalyst just refuses to let up, picking him right off the ramp to keep the pressure high. The momentum from his last match today is definitely carrying over. Vortex managed to hold that ramp position and fight his way back into this. Still a long way to go after those losses to Phantom. Vortex is just not finding any answers today, and he's quickly falling further behind on the scoreboard. He's really tightening things up here, making it a much closer battle than it was a few minutes ago. It's an interesting flip given he entered today's bout as the pick. He secures a quick win from the ramp, putting himself just 1 round away from the victory. It's a huge struggle for the favorite to keep pace. A huge reset here as Vortex puts up a wall to keep himself in the game. He really has to dig deep to avoid a quick exit. What a finish! A lightning fast shot closes it out, and Catalyst officially takes the series. He really proved the doubters wrong here. For a guy who struggled in his last few outings, that was an absolute statement. Welcome everyone, we've got a great matchup on Dunes today as Vortex takes on the heavily favored Phantom. Phantom enters this duel with a significant lead in their head-to-head history. It makes sense that he's the heavy favorite given how he typically controls his exchanges. We'll see if he can shake off that slow start and reclaim his usual dominance. Vortex is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He's definitely looking to mirror that victory from their last meet. Phantom is shifting the momentum completely here, wiping out that early lead in a flash. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, completing a flawless sequence for the lead. The world #1 is simply taking over right now. He just can't stop this momentum, securing another effortless victory. Unbelievable, he barely scrapes through that exchange with a tiny sliver of health remaining. It's surprising to see the top-rated player on the ladder look this vulnerable. Vortex fights back, bringing us dead even at 4 apiece. The world #1 definitely feels the pressure building. He's completely seized control of the map, taking his 3rd straight win to move ahead. This is a surprising shift, considering how much the head-to-head favors the other side. Holy smokes! He almost didn't survive that one, but he manages to pull off another clutch win. This puts the top-rated star in a real bind. Phantom stays sharp, closing this out comfortably before we head into the final round of the half. He is finally looking like that top-rated threat we expected. We're all tied up at 6-6 as we head into the break. Vortex is playing exactly how we expected, holding his own despite the historical advantage Phantom holds. It'll be interesting to see who blinks first in the second half. Phantom edges ahead by a single point right now. He is looking very comfortable now, really leaning into that #1 status. Vortex has clawed back, bringing us back to a deadlock. Vortex is really fighting to overturn that historical deficit. What a sequence! He survives with almost nothing left after fighting back from the box. That was a nerve-wracking finish for him. Phantom has really climbed into a comfortable rhythm today, and his current win streak shows he's far more consistent in these high-pressure moments. I mean, it's a huge difference when you consider he's already won the vast majority of their career encounters. Now the pressure is entirely on Vortex to find an answer. Phantom's now leading by 2 as we enter round 80. That was a lightning-fast finish. Phantom is playing the angles perfectly, utilizing that elevation to shut the door on any comeback, just as the #1 seed usually does in these fights. Vortex refuses to go quietly, shutting that door with a completely clean shot. That's a massive confidence boost for the underdog. Absolute precision from the challenger, moving quickly to cut the gap to just 1. That's a really fast pace he's picking up now. Phantom handles the exchange and picks him off the box to secure match point. A cold-blooded finish to put him in a commanding position. And that's it. Phantom closes the series with a completely clean finish to take the victory. Vortex really pushed him to the limit today, nearly erasing that legacy gap. He just couldn't close the deal. What a battle! Welcome to Orange for today's matchup. We've got Catalyst taking on Phantom in a battle between two top competitors. Phantom comes into this as our top-rated player and is definitely showing that control early on. But it'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this lead, considering Catalyst dominated their most recent head-to-head. He's completely taking over this match with another effortless takedown. The world #1 is certainly asserting himself early. A lightning fast reaction there, proving he can hold his own against the favorite. Unreal. He barely survives that exchange, clawing out the win by a hair. The top seed is really starting to flex his muscles here. He's digging in deep and refusing to let this match slip away early. The momentum is shifting as the underdog finds his footing. Totally clean victory here, narrowing the gap to just 1 round. The pressure is mounting for the favored player right now. Phantom currently holds a substantial map advantage with a 62% win rate in this environment, so yeah, it makes sense that he's comfortable and in control here. I'm curious if Catalyst can find a way to break that historical hold. And he brings the series all the way back, evening things up at 5-5. It's a total deadlock as we head into the final stretch of the half. He is absolutely on fire, taking complete control of the server as we approach the break. Absolute chaos for the favorite as he struggles to find a response. We're sitting at 6-6 heading into the switch. I mean, the favorite is holding his ground just like we expected. Both players looked a step ahead at different points, and the tie feels right given their long history together. Let's see who blinks first. Phantom edges ahead by 1 as we enter round 13. He's really proving his status as the best player on the ladder. He's just incredible, taking control from the ramp to bring things completely level. The gap in their rankings is practically non-existent right now. Phantom regains a slim 8-7 lead heading into this one. Phantom's now a 2-round cushion ahead of Catalyst. The world #1 is really putting on a clinic right now. A sharp read there, and he continues to claw his way back into this game. That was an incredibly quick reset for the challenger. What a display of resilience. He's completely erased that lead to tie things up at 9-9. The underdog is refusing to back down today. He's just unstoppable right now, powering forward with another ridiculously fast reaction. Good grief. He barely walks away from that brawl, but the momentum is firmly in his hands now. The rankings really aren't telling the whole story today. He responds quickly to stay within striking distance. The #1 seed is fighting to keep his head above water. He keeps the pressure high and is now just 1 round shy of the victory. The rankings have completely gone out the window for this series. What a finale. Catalyst storms back from the deficit to seize the victory. The composure on display at the end was just stellar. He really found a way to overcome that map disadvantage today. What a performance. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Vortex and Catalyst facing off today on red line to see who wins. Catalyst holds a significant lifetime advantage, winning 63% of their head-to-head games. You know, that long-term dominance is pairing perfectly with the momentum he has built over his recent streak. It will be tough for Vortex to find a way back into this one. Catalyst is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. He's clearly finding his stride after that convincing 13-7 victory in their last bout. Vortex is starting to look like the underdog here as the gap begins to widen early. Actually looks like the 2 seed is comfortably in charge. He's just too fast, taking a third straight round with an effortless headshot. He is simply untouchable right now, making it 4 on the bounce. He's really put in that top 2 rank on display right now. Absolute control from the favorite, securing a 5th consecutive victory. The pre-match predictions are looking pretty wrong right now. He's just completely owning this series, picking up another round to reach a 6-game streak. He really looks like a man on a mission right now. He's just in a different league right now, extending that streak to 7 rounds. It's a tough climb for the 4th ranked player right now. Another quick exchange ends in his favor, keeping that steamer rolling toward the finish line. The rating gap isn't showing much here, but the results definitely are. Unbelievable. Vortex barely survives that exchange to take down Catalyst from the ramp. That was an incredibly tight call for the survivor. Catalyst holds a commanding 10-2 lead. This is a complete mirror of what we expected given his 77% win rate on red line. Vortex needs a huge shift if he wants to close this gap. Vortex has actually been quite productive today, putting up a 39-28 record in his last few hours of play. That level of activity is a good sign, but it hasn't translated into consistency for him throughout this specific series. Vortex manages to trade shots and shut him down while he's holding the ramp. He's fighting for every single point to stay in the game. And there it is. Catalyst holds his ground from the Tetris to put himself just 1 round away from victory. That underdog feeling is definitely gone now. What a scrap. He manages to claw out a victory after both players took heavy damage. That's a massive blow to the momentum of the frontrunner. Game over. He closes out the series with a final burst to secure the victory. He just looked completely composed, while the other guys struggled to keep up with that lightning fast pace today. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off to see who comes out on top today. Phantom came out strong, shutting Vortex down quickly while he was holding that ramp. That's the world #1 putting on a clinic early. What a scramble! He barely survives that absolute chaos to even things up. Despite his current struggle in the last 10, he's always a threat. Phantom has a heavy historical advantage with a 61% win rate over Vortex. So yeah, the early lead just proves that his long-term grip on this rivalry is still very strong. I wonder if Vortex can find a way to turn this around. He just picked him right off that ramp to secure a 3-round run. Exactly what the rankings predicted going into this one. He's just taken over the lobby, continuing a flawless run toward the finish line. It looks like the top seed is just completely in control. Vortex manages to clear him off the boost and finds his footing. Looking like a real battle for the #1 spot. Phantom holds a massive lead as we hit round 8. He's playing with the confidence of that previous 13-10 win. Phantom just wipes him right off that boost, continuing his charge toward a double-digit lead. Vortex has had a tough run of form lately. Vortex has been keeping busy today with 39 wins already. It shows he has the stamina to push back. Even if his overall form this week has been a struggle, he'll need that persistence if he wants to close this gap. Phantom is cruising with a commanding 7-4 lead here. Vortex looks like he's fighting his way out of a deep slump. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. The betting favorite is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Vortex is hanging in there, but the underdog is proving he belongs in this spot. Time to see if Vortex can recover. What a fight. That was an absolute brawl, and he just barely scrapes through with the win. That's exactly what you expect from the top-rated player in the world. Vortex keeps the pressure high, shutting him down from the boost for another point. He's definitely proving that the pre-match expectations were too one-sided. Unreal, he nearly falls in that frantic exchange, but claws out a victory to go up 9-6. That was an incredibly tight sequence by the world #1. Phantom is really tightening the noose now, shutting things down instantly from the Tetris. A lightning fast shot, and he secures a 3-round lead, putting a huge dent in that comeback attempt. Absolutely effortless. That's another one for the favorite, who now needs just a single round to end this. Vortex responds with a clutch kill to keep his hopes alive. He really needs to maintain this focus to force a tie. Boom. Phantom closes it out with a perfect shot, securing the series victory. He really just showed why he holds that top spot, putting on a huge show throughout the set. Welcome everyone, we have Catalyst and Phantom facing off on Fast Aim to see who comes out on top. Phantom holds a massive statistical advantage here with a 67% win rate on this specific layout. It is impressive to see how he uses that experience to dictate the early pace. Now we have to see if Catalyst can lean on his recent form to close the gap. Catalyst is keeping this tight, effectively pushing Phantom off the ramp to bring the game back to a close gap. Phantom had the reads today, easily taking that fight right off the wine box. The top-seeded man is certainly playing up to his rating right now. Phantom is dominating the series with a huge 4-1 lead. Unbelievable, he barely survives that exchange, scraping through with a sliver of health to keep his momentum going. It's a tough look for the second-ranked man on the ladder. Simply untouchable. He just keeps stacking these rounds up, pushing the score to 6-1. Everything about this looks exactly like the top seed in action. He manages to fight back, finally securing another round to bring the total to 2-6. Timely response from the second highest rated player in the league. Phantom has the edge in their historical head-to-head rivalry, so yeah, it's clear he knows exactly how to shut down his opponent's movement. The pressure is really on Catalyst to start generating some momentum before this gets completely out of hand. Phantom reads that play perfectly, punishing Catalyst for playing the ramp. That's a huge turnaround after losing their last encounter on Blame Orange. We head into the break with Phantom leading 8-4. I mean, it is a genuine shock to see the heavy favorite struggling this much. He is looking completely lost against the top seed right now. Time for Catalyst to wake up. Catalyst claws back a point, now trailing by 3. The second best rated guy is really stepping up his play here. He's refusing to back down, keeping this pressure high as he takes another round. He's certainly proving he can hold his own against the favorite. Phantom recovers his footing quickly, using that window perch to shut down the run. It's a stark contrast to those 7 rounds he just dominated. Phantom is firmly in control at 10-6. He really looks comfortable against a high-tier opponent today. He secures the high ground on the toolbox to break that momentum and extend his lead to 11-6. A strong showing from the man sitting at the top of the ladder. Catalyst wins a tight trade to bring the gap down to 4. He is showing a lot of grit today, staying focused despite the score. Phantom shuts that door quickly, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. This result feels expected given how Phantom has played his last few matchups. What a heart-stopping finish. He manages to cling to life and secure the victory. He really played his game perfectly, knowing exactly how to neutralize Catalyst's speed to secure the win. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Vortex and Catalyst facing off on Mapas for today's big duel. Catalyst holds a commanding overall lead in their head-to-head history, but is coming off a rough opening round where the pressure seems to be shifting. We'll see if he can lean on that historical advantage to stabilize this match. Vortex is surging ahead with a 2-to-1 cushion. The 4th ranked man is finally finding some stability. We're right back to a dead heat. Both of these guys are swapping rounds, like they're trading punches in a boxing ring. Catalyst claws back to take a slim lead. A real tough stretch for the number 4 seed right now. Unreal, he barely survives that encounter from the ramp to even the score. A complete reset for the 2nd seed. Absolute chaos in this encounter. Vortex barely escapes with his life to take a 4-3 lead. He's really defying that historical head-to-head deficit right now. And we're back to a total deadlock at 4 apiece. A tough way to start after a hard battle with Phantom earlier today. Catalyst tips the scale back in his favor. He's looking very comfortable against the 4th-seeded player. These two are locked in an absolute dogfight. It's almost impossible to call a favorite right now. A huge mental swing from his struggle against Phantom. Vortex just edged ahead to make it 6-5. He's certainly making up for that tough stretch against Phantom earlier. We're deadlocked at 6-all. Well, Vortex is playing way above his usual level here. Catalyst usually owns this matchup, but he's fighting for his life today. Time for the side swap. Catalyst regains control, moving ahead 7-6. Looking for some stability after that lopsided 5-13 result earlier. Unreal. That was an absolute war of attrition, and he barely walks away with his life. Just a total shutout, and that's 3 straight for the 2nd seed. His raw talent is simply starting to show in this series. He is simply untouchable right now, continuing this terrifying run of form. It's a familiar story for the 4th-seeded player today. Oh, total disaster for his opponent as he secures the 5th straight victory from the ramp. Vortex is struggling to keep pace with his higher-rated opponent. Vortex finally answers back, halting that slide with a clean shot. A massive shift in confidence for the number 4 seed here. What a fight! He barely manages to survive that exchange, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. The higher-rated competitor has clearly reclaimed his footing. What a scramble! Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he barely clings on to a victory. Pure desperation from that exchange, but he'll take the momentum. What a finish. Catalyst shuts the door right here and seals the victory. He just couldn't bridge that gap in the end. Catalyst proves why he's the 2nd seed in the league. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have Vortex and Phantom facing off today, with the favorite looking to secure another victory. What a scrap. Both players were nearly dead, but Vortex manages to scrape through with the win. Phantom has a commanding historical lead with over 2200 wins against Vortex. It makes this early lead for the underdog even more surprising given their head-to-head track record. I wonder if the top player on our ladder is just shaking off some nerves. We're all tied up as Phantom claws back. He's really putting that #1 seed status on display. Vortex is moving fast today. These exchanges are happening in the blink of an eye. He's fighting for a tough round of results lately. Vortex is pulling away now, leading things 4-2. Both players are staying busy today, totaling over 70 games combined. Vortex keeps the pace, dragging him off that box to extend the streak to 3. The world #1 is really feeling the pressure. He's just untouchable right now, securing a 4th straight win to put up a commanding lead. He's shaking off those 3 straight losses from earlier today. Phantom finally gets the edge and shuts down the momentum. It's a familiar result for these two, mimicking the finish from their last meeting. Vortex has managed to maintain a high output today, going 39-31 over the last day. It's a strong start to the day that's directly countering Phantom's typical edge in these encounters. He's making the most of this moment to put a grip on the game. Vortex takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's fully proving why he was expected to take this one. He looks very sharp right now. Time to swap sides. Vortex is just dominating here, stretching it to 9-4. A complete reversal of what we'd expect from their usual head-to-head. Vortex is just cruising now, pushing the lead to 10-4. It's a complete flip from his usual dominance over this opponent. He just cannot find a way through. Another effortless round for Vortex to extend the streak. He's making a complete statement today. He barely holds the line in a tight exchange to reach match point. The momentum has shifted completely in this series. Unreal. He barely survives that chaotic fight to close out the entire game. He just stepped up and played the perfect game. That's a huge confidence boost for him moving forward. welcome to Redline. We have an exciting matchup today between Catalyst and Phantom. Let's see who takes the win. Phantom really knows how to get into his opponent's head, since he's already taken the lead in their direct head-to-head history. And that's clearly playing into this current momentum after winning their most recent duel. This is a huge test of nerves for Catalyst. Phantom is absolutely cooking right now with a 2-1 lead. It's a tough start for the favorite here, and he's really fighting an uphill battle early on. Phantom simply refuses to let up, effortlessly picking him off the ramp. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he manages to dig in and secure the edge. A quick exchange there, but it finally goes the other way. That was a tight fight on the Tetris, but Phantom came out on top in that one. Catalyst boasts a 77% win rate on this map. Well, it's certainly surprising to see him struggling so much with the map control today. He really needs to find a way to close this gap before the halftime break. Catalyst holds his ground on the ramp and earns himself another round here. Still feels like a duel between the absolute best of the best. He's really showing a lot of grit, shutting everything down from the ramp to secure another. He's playing with much more confidence now. Phantom still holds a comfortable 3-round cushion. The best player on the ladder is really starting to flex his muscle. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, this is a surprising turn of events. Catalyst was expected to take control here, but he's struggling to keep pace with the top seed. Time to see if Catalyst resets. Phantom keeps a strong 3-round grip on this. The second highest rated player on the server is starting to wake up. Phantom is just dominant, staring down a 9-5 lead. Everything is falling in favor of the top-rated player today. These rounds are getting incredibly fast. We're seeing some lightning quick reaction times from both of them. He's refusing to go away, picking up another one to keep this comeback alive. Phantom puts an end to that mini run, securing the win from his spot on the ramp. He's certainly justifying that #1 spot on the ladder. Phantom is just a hair away from closing this out, putting immense pressure on Catalyst to respond. It's a mirrored result from their previous meeting on Fast Aim. That was a lightning fast trade, and it keeps the pressure on as we head towards the finish. That was an intense scramble, but he managed to hold on and put himself in a position to close the series. What a finish! Phantom secures the final kill to close out the series. It's a huge statement to walk away with a victory here, especially since this map usually favors the other guy. Welcome everyone, we got Vortex and Catalyst facing off on the arena to see who comes out on top. Catalyst has a huge historical advantage here, winning 63% of their head-to-heads. You know, that's a massive amount of experience and a psychological edge that Vortex has to overcome. Let's see if that's enough to push him back into a lead. Catalyst answers back strong and catches Vortex right on the ramp to keep things close. The rank 2 player is starting to show his teeth. That was a frantic exchange, both players fighting for the same piece of ground and Vortex coming out on top. Vortex is really commanding the pace now, and that height advantage on the boost just made the read way too easy for him. Another incredibly clean round from Vortex, winning that ramp battle for his 3rd straight. He's simply too fast right now, outdueling his opponent once more from the ramp to take a commanding 6-1 lead. He's simply unstoppable right now, putting up a perfect 7th round. Hard to believe the rank 2 seed is struggling this much. Just an effortless click from the favorite as he extends this run to 6. Vortex is absolutely crushing this, wiping him off the ramp to move to 9 rounds. Catalyst manages to put a stop to the runaway lead right before the switch. He's definitely showing the skill a top 2 ranking brings. Vortex takes a heavy 9-3 lead into the break. I'm genuinely shocked to see the higher seeds struggling this badly. Despite the rankings, the underdog is putting on a clinic right now. Time for a reset. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that exchange, surviving with a tiny sliver of health to take the round. Absolutely nail-biting finish to that round. Vortex is just completely taking over the map. He looks like a completely different player this series. It's getting very quick out there. These exchanges are happening in a heartbeat. A really tough slide for the guy who entered as the favorite. Catalyst is staying dangerous and manages to find the winning shot from the Tetris. The momentum is swinging back toward the number 2 seed. He wraps up another round without breaking a sweat, putting him just a single step away from the victory. The underdog is simply outclassed right now. And there it is. He secures the victory and closes the door on this series. A complete turnaround from their usual history. He's finally shaking off those ghosts and taking control of this matchup.